Testing. 1, 2, 3. Is that working? Everything working? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Everything good. Hi everyone, thank you for coming. This is an sort of an impromptu stream that I'm doing today, because during the weekend something did not rub me the right way. Let's just start with that. I don't like it when big, creators, YouTube creators especially, with big channels, they go around and they start like, punching down on people who don't have channels at all. And that's what happened during the weekend between Claire Bear, she something on Twitter, and Claire Bear or Claire View on YouTube. She just decided to, just go after Charla for some reason, because Charla put on a very innocent tweet, and I was like, what is wrong with you? She deleted her tweets, but I have the screenshots. So I started thinking, what does Claire do on her channel? It's alright, Canadian. It's alright. When I said I'm the Melon Lord, that should have given you the hint, but it's fine. And again, you don't have to listen to me if you don't want to. If you're here for Chesh, that's perfectly fine. But I sometimes take over Chesh's channel and I'm like, I'm the Melon Lord, the, overtake is complete. So this is one of those instances. So yeah, so I decided to look into Claire's channel and see what she does. And I decided to, I will cover one of her latest streams. She decides to hide it. That's her prerogative if she does that. She hasn't. But yeah, if we go, she has 118k subscribers, around 1k videos. She has memberships, and I think so she recently even got a play button, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, and she goes by, I explore the legal system, pros and cons, focusing on the twists and new technologies leading to precedent with clear case information analysis from trial or case conclusion in the True Crime and Legal Update series, breaking down bizarre legal cases in my WTAF legal series. Beyond the headlines, I host library chats, open discussions on timely issues, topics, politics, and literature. I'm 3 years into a passion project, bringing Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series to YouTube, with a different voice for each chapter and creators from across the communities joining in. Contact me if you'd like to participate. A fan of Charlie Brooker, I have reviewed every episode of Black Mirror, exploring its wit, darkness, and cultural bite. With humor, curiosity, and a knack for tackling any subject, I aim to inform, entertain, and spark conversation. We'll see how much conversation she sparks. We'll see that. Whether you are here for court updates, cosmic satire, or cultural commentary, you have found the right place. Big claims. See how she comes through that. So this is Claire. Now, some history and context with Claire. Claire used to be part of that time of the month with Chesh and I, and then she was, you can say, I expected her to be my friend at some point. And then when the split with Steve happened, she for some reason decided that Steve and Erin are right and decided to go with them. Sure, that's a prerogative, she can choose. But I never understood why. She never gave us any explanations, she just walked away. But then at the same time, she convinced Chesh to let Steve select a mediator during the mediation of, how much Steve owes Chesh during the split. according to how much work she has done for Steve over the past, whatever years they had been working together, around the whole NSS debacle and the court case, and, trying to make sure that Steve and his internet presence and his community is well managed during that time, and he just doesn't wither away. She decided to convince Chesh to let Steve choose a mediator who was clearly Steve's friend and biased towards Steve. And then, obviously, we know what happened. It's on Chesh's channel, the whole mediation call, it's there. It was very clear that mediator was biased and was in favor of Steve, whatever Steve wanted. So much so that he told me that a contractor's payments are not part of expenses for a company. And I'm like, excuse me? That's how biased that mediator was towards Steve. And then she stayed on Aaron's side while Aaron kept escalating her behavior against Sharla. All the harassment, all the videos, all the streams that Aaron did, Claire stayed a mod. She stayed a moderator and moderated Aaron's chats for her during this time. So I'm astounded after all that. Then she had this weekend, had the balls and the audacity to have a go at Sharla. I can show you the thread if anyone's interested. Here we go. This is all this thread. We will go through it. Sharla was just appreciating everyone who had spoken up and shared factual videos gotten through the past 3 years. And for some reason, Claire thought it was about her. And then she came in guns blazing, saying sometimes defending yourself against a bunch of irrelevant trolls can make things worse. For you, it didn't. Claire, you are a channel owner. You have a YouTube channel. You have a platform. Sharla doesn't. That's the fundamental difference between both of you. And you weren't the one who was getting, stalked, harassed, having false accounts made about being doxxed by, their home address and their phone number getting doxxed, their medical records being fished out, like Katie Parker was trying to do. And being accused for working with Katie Joy, like your friend Aaron was doing, along with Renelle. And you stayed a mod for her during that time when Aaron was doing all that. So that's the fundamental difference. But for some reason, Claire thought that it was okay to have a go at Sharla. Sharla being very, very decent. And of course, she knows how to deal with such, people now after 3 years. She was like, it's just a misunderstanding and it's fine. But I was like, bitch. Hi, Dapper, 2:40 a.m. I know. It's up to you if you want to, you can sleep if you want to. You don't have to listen. You can come back later. That's fine. But I was like, nah. I'm not gonna ignore this. So I went to her channel and I was like, okay, let's see what she claims, what she covers, and how much of what she claims that she is as a person does she actually apply. It's very easy to make abstract claims about who you are as a person, but how good are you at application? Again, as I keep saying, what's the point of having standards and morals if you're not going to apply them, right? So that's why I was like, we're here today. I have other things also, so that I would like to look into her. For example, on her channel, like around the growth of her channel and stuff, maybe sometime way into the future, maybe. But today I'm focusing on her content and I want to see what is she made of. What is so fascinating about her content that she's got like 118k subscribers? Hopefully something good. So the video I'm covering today, it's her latest live stream. She streamed live, according to me, it says August 2, that is almost 24 hours or so ago. And it's already got 3.2k views. And if I go down, let's go down. Sorry. It's got, if I go, 35 comments. 35 comments. So yeah, who's this? Clarence Tennyson. Oh, joined October 1st, 2024. Okay.
We do like your...
Okay, so we'll go through this. I'm not going to. There's someone else also in this string with her. They go by McRecker, I think. Hopefully, I have not butchered your name. I am interested in what they say, but in context to Claire. I'm not going to make any judgment about their character. Maybe I will if how they support Claire's claims or her rhetoric. Based on that, I might make some comments here and there. But my interest is in Claire, not McRecker, who are here as a co-host. So I'll just go back to the transcript. Sorry, guys. So here we go. Hi, Krakatoon. Yeah, hi. Nine Jester. MC Ranks. Huh? What do you mean by that, Nine Jester? Dapper Dino. I get 35 comments on videos before they even drop for the public. I don't know. We will have a look at that maybe sometime in the future. I'm not interested. I want to see what the quality of her content is. That's what I want to focus on today. So, sorry, almost skipped that. So, what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to distinguish between criticism and guilt by association. I'll try and my very best to do that. And I will also say this, Claire being Erin's moderator does not make Claire automatically responsible for everything Erin said. Claire being Steve's friend does not make Claire responsible for everything Steve said. However, Claire says she confronts wrongdoing even when a friend is responsible. That means her conduct while occupying those roles is directly relevant to the truthfulness of Claire's own self-description. I'm not asking whether Claire secretly disapproved. I'm asking what she did. Private discomfort is not public intervention. Quietly leaving is not confronting a friend. Deleting something is not necessarily correcting it. Explaining yourself is not the same as accepting responsibility. I think so. Being on Chesh's channel by now, we all know that. And then also, finally, remaining in a comment section is not proof of courage. Certainly not. It is proof that you're still typing. Simple as that. Yeah, I'm not worried about like the number of comments and stuff. I just put that in as a matter of fact. So, I will start at source number 7, around 722 mark, and we'll hear what, Claire has to say. Just let me know if you can hear it. If not, then I'll make sure that it's audible for you guys. Just let me know.
I have a thick skin in a good sense of humor.
Okay.
I have a thick skin in a good sense of humor. Yeah. So.
We both love a good back and forth with someone who disagrees.
Absolutely. Oh.
So Claire over here, let me just adjust the music. So Claire over here says like she has a good thick skin, and her co-host McRecker says that they both, so they're claiming for Claire too, enjoy a good back and forth with people who disagree, and Claire emphatically agrees. Okay, let's hold on to that. Claire has a thick skin. Claire loves disagreement. Claire welcomes challenges. But later when I challenged her under Chesh's live stream in the comment section about her own conduct, the language was very different there. So if we go here, right, it says, the language changed to, if I might say, bullshit concerns. That's what it says here. And then goes with, if I'm not wrong, false accusations, right? False accusations. And then, hold on, sorry, my bad, that's too much. And then goes with, a coward would not be here addressing the issue while blatantly ridiculed for someone else's agenda. And then I'm here addressing it while you try to warp it into your issues. And then also, oops. I don't owe you an explanation. Not that I owe you, an uninvolved person, the explanation. So, if I might say, Claire apparently, she enjoys a good back and forth until the back and forth travels in her direction. And this is the very first running contradiction at 7 minutes and 22 mark. Claire describes any disagreement as intellectually healthy when she is discussing it abstractly. This is so abstract. I just started at the start of a stream. But often she describes disagreement as malicious distortion when somebody applies her own standards to her. That's what I did. I applied her own standards to her. And she just jumped into, into malicious distortion. Oh, he pronounces his name as Rekka. Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Nine Jester. The 5C rule, sure, but she doesn't apply it to me for some reason. He immediately went into trying to say that my disagreement with her is some sort of malicious distortion. So thick skin when terms and conditions apply. And then we go to 1243, yeah? If I might go to 1243 here. It's just so easy to rip her stuff apart. Like, it says here, if you listen to this, 1243 to, 1319. Let's just listen to this.
But I don't know. Like I said, this one's going to be hard for me because, I do agree that you don't really have to ruffle feathers. You should try to get along with people. I agree with all of that. But I don't think you have to hide who you are just to be accepted. I mean, if you have to hide who you are to be accepted, you're around the wrong people.
Or
they're not your
you
people.
Should be in a box.
Or they should be in a box. Nobody puts bear in a box.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
No.
I just.
So Claire over here, she says that people should not have to hide who they are to be accepted, and that if they must, they are around the wrong people. Yep. And then she starts with a moral objection, and then it immediately becomes a simplistic one. People cannot always leave an employer, family, community, or powerful social group merely because the environment is unhealthy. Financial dependence is something, unequal power, safety concerns, and social retaliation all exist. We saw that, what she did with Charla on Twitter. And this becomes very interesting when you compare with Claire's own history, right? Claire remained close friends with Erin, and she was her mod on Erin's channel, and served as a moderator during the period in which Erin was attacking Charla, and was going after Charla, and kept escalating her conduct against Charla. Claire did not publicly become, quote-unquote, 100% wrong about Erin until, yesterday, or, couple of hours ago? So her real-world conduct is not like, these people are wrong, so I immediately refuse the association. No. It appears clear that your conduct is closer to, I will remain within the relationship, maybe I'll quietly distance myself later, and publicly acknowledge the problem once the association has already become difficult to defend. That's what her conduct is, actually. But she expects a different conduct from other people. Yeah, okay, quiet withdrawal can be valid. Claire says so herself. But quiet withdrawal is not the same thing as brave moral intervention that she later claims as part of her YouTube history, and has always claimed as part of her YouTube history. And that's why I was just like, I'm gonna have a look in her content and see what the fuck she's all about. And it's all posturing and grandstanding at this point. We have seen so far. If I'm wrong, please correct me in the live chat. I'll be happy to be corrected. She had the audacity to come on Twitter to me and say, oh, fair enough, I guess it's easier to talk about me than with me. And I replied to her, why would I want to talk with you about your content? I'm doing a stream about your content, right? And you said nothing in the last few years. When Steve and Aaron attacked Chesh and I, why would we want to talk with you? What do you have to share with us? When as soon as I tagged her with my live stream, she untagged herself. While she's whining and bitching that no one wants to talk with her. Excuse me? You think everybody's stupid? Oh my God. Yeah, Resistance from the live chat said, intellectual honesty, terms and conditions may apply. There's a reason I'm taking time out of my day during the workday to go into this, because I'm sick and tired of this moron, this nincompoop, this baka, this dense motherfucker trying to act like she's all, she's strong at the same time, but she's all dainty and all, fragile at the same time. Fuck it. God dang it. So it might take us, actually, we might be here for some time. So guys, sit back and relax. We'll have a lot of breaks. Don't worry. Hi, Victoria. How you doing? God dang, this woman. I don't know who she thinks she is. All right, the next one. Around 1344. So that's not far off. Here we go. 1344 to 1517. Yep. Dapper Dinosaur from the live chat. Manya won't fight me in Space Marine 2. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Oh, God. I'm good, Victoria. I'm glad to see you in the live chat. All right, so 1344. Let's listen to this. Let's listen to this. This is like jewels in here, pearls and jewels in all this live chat. It's a latest live live stream just 24 hours ago, and it took me like what 3 hours to pass through it and be like, oh, this is full of bullshit. You're awake? Okay.
Take those harsh edges of Robert Greene's philosophy on power, and soften them to be something that's actually usable. Because I know that masking is something that everybody has to do to a way. And hey, don't get me wrong. I know we all have to play the game. We all have to play the part. Everybody has to do to a way. And hey, don't get me wrong. I know we all have to tone it down a little bit here and there, to accomplish things. I mean, you're not going to be your most boisterous, flamboyant self at the middle of your job, unless your job actually benefits from that. Around your in-laws or at university, right, Rick? Or with your homies, your friends, your inner circle, you're going to be a little bit different. And exactly. You have to be a little bit different in every circle you're in every room you enter, so to speak. That adaptability and that flexibility in human nature, it's just something that
it's funny how she's talking about this now, but she was saying that if you have to hide, previously she was saying if you hide then you're around the wrong people, but you have to be a different character for depending on different public situations or social situations. Which one is it?
To some degree we do naturally. Okay. Now, not everybody is comfortable with it. Not everybody can do it easily. That's all true. We all have it to degrees, but it is in our nature to do it, to kind of get along while we're figuring things out, And I think Green is trying to tell us that that's okay. Use it to your advantage, and pull the wool over their eyes and manipulate the hell out of them, which is what he usually, says in some way.
Yeah.
I need detergent for
Washing clothes.
dishwasher liquid.
Dishwasher liquid.
Yes, a little bit.
Oh, I have lots. Don't worry.
Borrow me.
Come on in. Come on in. It's okay. I got lots. I don't use it anymore, so you can have it. I use tablets now, so you can have it. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Yeah, you can have it.
I.
It's okay. Just have it. I don't use it anymore because I
Thank you.
use the tablets, the dishwasher.
Okay. Thank
Yeah, you're welcome. You could hear me? Really? God dang it, shucks. I thought I muted myself. God dang it. Wrong time muted. No, I'm not muted anymore. Hold on. I'm not muted anymore. Bleh. Hello. Hello. I'm not muted now. Stop lying. I'm not muted. Stop lying. I'm not muted. Really? You could guys hear me? Sorry. It was my neighbor and she needed something and I was just like, yeah, you can have it. I don't use it anymore. Really? Was I? Okay. Really? Oh God, I'm sorry. Ah! Really? So hold on. So did you hear my rant about like the clay shit or not? She's not reading. Look at her go. Oh my God. No! Shit! Ah! No, can't hear me? Nope. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. I am so done. What rant? You were muting just for 4 minutes. Ah! No! I'll have to rant again now for you guys. And I didn't look at that's my fault. I didn't look at the live chat, did I? Ah, God dang it. This works. Okay. Does it work now? Does it work now? Can you hear me? Hear me? Can you hear me? Ah! So did you hear what Claire said? Let's go back. You didn't. You did you? Oh no, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I'm muted. I'm a professional, guys. I'm a professional. I'm such a professional. Listen, that's what I do. I rant. That's my thing. Okay. Okay, cool. We will restart. We'll restart. Sorry, my bad. Okay, that's what happens when you don't charge your microphone before going live. We know you. Liquid. Oh, I'm loving this stream already. Professional silent film. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? Oh shit. Ah! No! I did this to myself. Okay, all right, all right, all right. So I think so. It's better for me. So you heard what Claire said, or do you want me to play that again? Let's do this properly again. Oh God, I'm such a goober sometimes. Still don't know what's going on, but at least it's fine. You know. Okay, all right. Let's hear this.
In them for to be something that's actually usable, because I know that masking is something that everybody has to do to a way. And hey, don't get me wrong. I know we all have to play the game. We all have to play the part. We all have to tone it down a little bit here and there, to accomplish things. I mean, you're not going to be your like most boisterous, flamboyant self like at the middle of your job, unless your job actually benefits from that. Um, around your in-laws or in at university, right, Rec? Or like with your homies, your friends, your inner circle, you're going to be a little bit different, and
Exactly.
you have to be a little bit different in every circle you're in every room you enter, so to speak. That adaptability and that flexibility in human nature, like it's just something that to some degree we do naturally. Okay. Now, not everybody is comfortable with it. Not everybody can do it easily. That's all true. We all have it to degrees, but it is in our nature to do it, to kind of get along while we're figuring things out, And I think Green is trying to tell us that that's okay. Use it to your advantage, you know.
So previously she was saying that if you have to hide and if you have to mask yourself, then you're around the wrong people. But now she's like, everybody has to mask. Which one is it? That's what I was asking. And then I said that Claire is now putting professional conduct or any ordinary tact, any adaptation or concealment and masking into one, big conceptual bucket. That's what she's trying to do. She's made it as broad and as vague as possible. These are not the same things, as I said. A person speaking more formally during a workplace investigation is practicing professional self-regulation. A person withholding irrelevant private information is exercising privacy. A person pretending to share beliefs so that another individual will trust them is engaging in deception. And I think so this is a Green is about, if I'm not wrong. It's about autistic masking, if I'm not wrong. That's what they're talking about. But let me just go back. The thing is here is that autistic masking or masking is not merely the universal experience of behaving professionally. It can involve consciously or unconsciously suppressing autistic characteristics to appear non-autistic, and often it's exhausting. It's an exhausting effort with serious effects on mental health and identity. Claire's use of masking is so broad that it stops explaining anything. Once you make adjustment for everything, masking can mean courtesy, survival, professionalism, privacy, manipulation, dishonesty. What that means, 6 morally different things, is not analysis. It is a verbal fog. And this confusion Claire uses a lot to defend almost all of her conduct by saying it was her situational adaptation at that time. Not that her standards and morals didn't guide that. No. She did what she thought was okay at that time. And then they read Law 38, and we'll see that. That's from 1528 to 1650. Yeah, behaving differently doesn't mean being dishonest. She's talking about code switching. So we go from 1528 now. See, this is what she says, like trying to pull wool over their eyes. That's not what it is. Dishonesty, behaving differently doesn't mean being dishonest. That's what Krakatoum said very well.
Green is trying to tell us that that's okay. Use it to your advantage, you know, and pull the wool over their eyes and manipulate the hell out of them, which is what he usually, says in some way.
Well, the interesting thing is that this law kind of goes against, kind of entirely goes against one of the previous laws, which was Law 6, court attention at all cost. Because, acting like everyone else is not going to court attention. And we all know that as much you have to find a way to set yourself apart from the rest.
Right.
And
right. But not too far apart. And I think that might be the lesson here. It's not too far apart because, if you become untainable, unreachable, and like dissimilar, like people aren't going to gravitate you. Like they might gravitate you at first, but they're going to fall off quick. They have to have something to hold on to, that they can relate to that is similar. Like that's just human nature too. But it does actually go very much with one of my favorite laws that I think is usable in every situation. Your personal life, your work life, your social life, your out here on the internet life, everything, going to the grocery store life. And that's read the room. I think that's one of the most valuable laws. And I could see how this can be twisted into a read the room kind of situation.
Absolutely.
Like, right?
So McRecker over here said that, or he said he notices that the quote-unquote blending in directly conflicts with an earlier law instructing people to court attention at all costs. And Claire repairs it by saying, stand out but not too far. How far is too far, Claire? That's my question to you. What facts determine the correct amount? How do we decide before seeing whether it worked? We don't have an independent rule here. We just receive Goldilocks advice. That's what this is. Be visible but not too visible. Be different but not too different. Conform unless standing out works better. Create attention except when attention causes trouble. Like I'm doing right now. And then after the outcome, select whichever law appears to explain it. So this is not like philosophy or predictive philosophy. This is fortune telling. What's that saying? Putting horse before the cart or something like that? Putting the conclusion first and then working backwards. That's what this is. Can you decide, Claire, what you want? That's my thing. Victoria Victoria from the live chat said, we all have different roles. I behave differently as a child of my parents, then an older sibling, then a PD, then a student. I don't treat my professors, but that has nothing to do with my masking. Exactly. Yeah, cart before the horse. Sorry. Thanks, Victoria. Yeah, that's all bullshit advice. That's just vague thing. I don't know how people just sit and listen to this. Anyone can say this, just sitting there and just like go blah, 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 blah. She's so stupid. Oh my god. And then the read the room thing. Right? This thing like Claire, calling read the room as one of the most valuable laws in every area of life. And this is like the irony of this entire stream. If you go on Twitter and see in her exchange with Charla, right? She says read the room, right? But when she is talking to Charla, if I may bring it up, she's like, I stand by what I said. I never thought it was about me. If you don't want responses to statements I can see and are able to respond to, just block me. And yes, I found it hurtful. If that makes me an ass, so be it. This one-sided, only one-way bullshit is hypocritical. So and Charla is trying to clarify, like she said, over here, I'm not trying to have a debate. I'm not talking about people who decide to quietly go away. We were talking about people who see abuse and say nothing, or worse, enable it, like Ball, Sammy 2, and Zaya, right? So, but Claire responds to it by saying, I stand by what I said. Maybe you should have said who it was about. I'm not debating. The way you handled it was valid and appropriate for you, and I supported that and still do. She's not reading Charla's clarification. And she's not trying to understand Charla's distinction between disengagement and enabling. And then there's this, the familiar thing about making assumptions. Charla's saying that, yeah, she repeatedly says here, that, oh, I told you in text messages this is not about you, right? And Charla's trying to de-escalate in all this. She's like, this is crazy. I was saying assuming makes an ass out of you, and me is the saying. I assumed people would know what I was talking about, and you assumed it was about you. Neither of us were right. She's trying to de-escalate, and then this fucking bitch keeps going. And like, Charla later even says that this is a misunderstanding. So right from the start, Claire doesn't read the room. And then she keeps reading her own defensiveness back into the room and continued arguing with that. That's all she kept doing. You would think that the step one would be to actually read what the other person said or tweeted. Right? Why is she inserting herself into this whole thing? Who is she? She's not a witness, right? She wasn't a witness for Charla. She didn't write any statements for Charla. She didn't publicly stream to against Erin or Steve or Veda or Renelle to support Charla. Who the fuck are you coming in like that? Who the fuck are you? Oh, you are a YouTube channel owner with 100K subscribers. Oh, okay. I got it. Like, get out of here. That's the same thing Rabbit tried to do, like come in and throw her weight around, and she comes in and tries to throw her weight around with Charla. And poor Charla has to manage her expectations now for some reason. God. So, like, and then further, like, we hear this.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. No one's going to hire a lawyer in a leotard.
Oh, well, maybe not no one.
Well, yeah, I say that.
Maybe most people. Maybe you could even say most people, but I wouldn't say no one. I've been doing true crime out here for a hot second.
Oh, let's brag about it. No one else does the true crime.
I wouldn't say no one.
Okay. Let's just.
Hey, hello. Do you get what he said? No one wants to hire a lawyer in a leotard. What the fuck is he? What's different about you doing true crime? How are you different than anyone else? How are you wearing a leotard? Please explain that. Of course she doesn't.
Make a distinction though. There's a difference between a lawyer in a leotard and a lawyer that should be in a leotard.
Okay, yeah, but like if you've seen some of the defense attorneys lately, and the circus that goes on in the courtroom, like, yeah, you
They
would
should be
hesitate.
in a
Yeah,
leotard,
they should
yes.
definitely.
Like which one? Which ones are you talking about? Do you have an example? No? Thought so.
Hmm. Yeah, and I'd like to toss them
Yes.
from a trapeze, some of them too, but hey, that's a whole nother show. That's definitely a whole nother show. All right.
Yeah, I don't think that would be on public cable.
So this one is like a lawyer like wearing a conventional professional clothing does not prove that people should conceal their beliefs. Right? Dress standards and honesty are separate variables. They don't go hand in hand. A lawyer can wear a conventional suit and deceive everyone. We have seen that. A lawyer can dress unusually and remain completely candid and true to their role. Like professionalism presentation, they're trying to use professional presentation as being evidence for ideological concealment somehow. The example feels persuasive if only because nobody wants their courtroom represented by a circus costume. But that emotional reaction does not establish Green's wider claim. Let's just say that. Like, they just sit there and just say bullshit all the time. Like, Green is trying to tell us that that's okay, use it to your advantage, and, pull the wool over their eyes and manipulate the hell out of them, which is what he usually, says in some way. What? That's what I'm saying. They pretend to know what they're talking about and then just like completely just go off the, off the track. Like they got it the other way around. What would you rather have, a person in a circus costume or a clown of a person? Good question. All right, the next one is 2131. Let's have a look. 2131, this one is going to be a little longer, so just bear with me. Am I making any sense or am I not? Let me know. If you want something explained a little more, I can do that. Please let me know. We're almost making the 1 hour mark. So here we go, here we go. Here we go, it's 2131. That's what here we go. Here we go.
Transgression of the law. Around the year 478 BC, the city of Sparta sent an expedition to Persia, led by a young Spartan nobleman, Procyon.
I'll say this. I don't know why he said 478 BCE and not 4478 BCE. Yeah, that's doesn't make sense to me. I think so he misread it, maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying.
No, Pausanias. The city state.
Pausanias. Yeah.
Pausanias, that's it. Pausanias. The city-states of Greece had recently fought off a mighty invasion from Persia, and now Pausanias, along with allied ships from Athens, had orders to punish the invaders and win back the islands and coastal towns that the Persians had occupied. Both the Athenians and the Spartans had great respect for Pausanias. He had proven himself as a fearless warrior with a flair for the dramatic. With amazing speed, Pausanias and his troops took Cyprus, then moved on to the mainland of Asia Minor, known as Hellespont, and captured and captured Byzantium, modern-day Istanbul. Now master of part of the Persian Empire, Pausanias began to show signs of behavior that went beyond his normal flamboyance. He appeared in public wearing pomades in his hair and flowing Persian robes, and accompanied by a bodyguard of Egyptians. He held lavish banquets in which he sat in the Persian manner and demanded to be entertained. He stopped seeing his old friends, entered into communication with the Persian king Xerxes, and all in all affected the style and manner of a Persian dictator. Clearly, power and success had gone to Pausanias's head. His army Athenians and
Yeah, so suddenly now it's become from being like the program has become from being a casual philosophy discussion, and it now will begin to pretend to be a historical education session. That's what it's going to be. And we'll see they don't do any research. That's what I'm trying to establish here. So just listen to what they're reading.
and Spartans alike, at first,
And the first thing they got wrong was the day, the year. It's not 478 BCE, it's 4478 BCE when the Pausanias led a Greek force against force first to Cyprus and then Byzantium. Yeah. So yeah. So it's like from the start they get it wrong, and then we're just listening to them reading the whole thing. It's like with no commentary.
thought this was a passing fancy. He had always been a bit exaggerated in his gestures, but when he flaunted his disdain for the Greeks' simple way of life and insulted the common Greek soldier, they began to feel he had gone too far. Although there was no concrete evidence for this, rumors spread that he had gone over to the other side and that he had dreamed of becoming a kind of Greek Xerxes. To quell the possibility of mutiny, the Spartans relieved Pausanias of his command and called him home. Pausanias, however, continued to dress in the Persian style, even in Sparta. After a few months, he was independently hired. He independently.
Why are you sending me invite to a game right now, Dapper? What are you doing? Stop distracting me. Go away.
Hired I hate this word. A
Tyree.
I'm not going to like go after him for not being able to pronounce words and stuff. It happens with me also. We'll see. We'll see. Just listen. It's like, yeah.
A triome.
Yeah.
It's a boat.
I know.
A triome, and returned to the Hellespont, telling his compatriots that he was going to continue the fight against the Persians. Actually, however, he had different plans to make himself ruler of all Greece. With the aid of Xerxes himself, the Spartans declared him public enemy and sent a ship to capture him. Pausanias surrendered, certain that he could clear himself of the charges of treason. It did come out during the trial that during his reign as commander, he had offended his fellow Greek time and time again, erecting monuments, for instance, in his own name, rather than those of the city whose troops had fought alongside him, as was custom. Yet Pausanias proved right, despite the evidence of his numerous contacts with the enemy. The Spartans refused to imprison a man of such noble birth and let him go. Now, thinking himself untouchable, Pausanias hired a messenger to take the letter to Xerxes, but the messenger instead took the letter to the Spartan authorities. These men wanted to find out more, so they had the messenger arrange to meet Pausanias in a temple where they could hide and listen behind a petition. What Pausanias said shook them. They had never heard such contempt for their ways spoken so brazenly by one of their own, and they made arrangements for his immediate arrest. On his way home from the temple, Pausanias got word of what had happened. He ran to another temple to hide, but the authorities followed him there and placed sentries all around. Pausanias refused to surrender, unwilling to forcibly remove him from a sacred temple. The authorities kept him trapped inside until he eventually died of starvation.
Ooh.
Interpretation.
So I'll just say this. So he's talking about an expedition, and he's talking about someone named Pausanias, who led a Greek force first to Cyprus and then Byzantium, right? The Hellespont was the nearby strait. It was not another name for Asia Minor. Let's put that clearly. The allegations surrounding Pausanias, Persian sympathies and conduct were politically contested, and he was at points recalled, accused, and found innocent. We'll now listen to the interpretation of all this, right? And this is just someone just reading through stuff, right? And they will read through the interpretation of what happened here. I don't know where they found this stuff that he died in trapped inside somewhere. I don't know. They don't show anything on the screen. So they say historical example, Pausanias, transgression of the law, reading from the book of PDF, blah, blah, blah. Historical example, Tommaso, observance of the law, reading book, blah, blah, blah. For a long time, I have not said what I believe, nor do I ever believe what I say. And if indeed sometimes, blah, 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 right? All about masking and, whether masking and being truthful or being deceptive are the same thing or not, right? So let's listen to their interpretation of all this. You'll get it now. Just give me a sec. So here we go.
At a first glance, it might seem that Pausanias simply fell in love with another culture, a phenomenon as old as time. Never comfortable with the aestheticisms of the Spartans. I hate trying to read words when they're broken up into two.
It does. He puts that hype.
Never comfortable with the aestheticisms of the Spartans, he found himself enthralled by the Persian love of luxury and sensual pleasure. He put on Persian robes and perfumes with a sense of deliverance from the Greek discipline and simplicity. This is how it appears when people adopt a culture in which they were not raised. Often, however, there is also something else at play. People who flaunt their infatuation with a different culture.
So basically what I will say is that in this one, I think so because it's very, very painful, I'll just shorten it for you. So the person who has written this or is interpreting
are expressing
this,
a disdain and
sorry, my bad. They're arguing that conspicuously adopting aspects of another culture often expresses contempt for your own culture and a feeling of superiority. This is, according to me, this is more of attribution without any evidence. People adopt language, clothing, food, religious practices, and cultural habits for countless reasons, right? Admiration, family, migration, curiosity, identity, friendship, conversion, aesthetic reference. The relevant question in Pausanias' case is whether he abused his command or conspired with Persia, not whether Persian robes psychologically proved contempt. Right? Green also argues that this author that they're reading, that centuries-old norms must not be mocked without punishment. This is an appeal to tradition, according to the author. A norm being old proves that it survived. It does not prove that it is just. So what Claire does in this whole stream is she's trying to spend this stream trying to soften Green's manipulation into etiquette. but she never challenges the authoritarian assumption underneath the chapter. If a group punishes difference, teach the different person to become less visible. Sometimes concealment is necessary for safety, but persecution remains the responsibility of the persecutor. Like she's telling people, yeah, manipulate people, hide who you are, blah, 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 blah. Right? That's what I'm talking about here.
Indeed.
So we'll see this here again, right? We go to 31:15. Here we go.
So basically, being in a position of power and then scoffing at how you got there is definitely not a good idea. Like, so they fought against the Persians in one, and then acted like a Persian when he got back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not exactly.
It's like all those times that a dictator gets overthrown and replaced by a dictator.
Exactly. Like, oh yeah, we got to get rid of him because like he's a dictator and he's just trying to control everything. And then like, you know, put me in there, things will be different, and they do the same exact thing. It's a never-ending cycle. It is exactly. But this is like just shows you that you just make yourself a target. Like I do think that part of what Robert Greene is starting to say in this chapter is true, that if you're too different, you're automatically a target. If you you know, I can see that, but I just don't think you have to hide who you are. Like it's uncomfortable for me to try to say that it's better to hide who you are to fit in. Like I don't want to say hide who you are, but I would say you don't have to keep pushing the difference in your beliefs onto somebody else. Like
that's not the same. Being different is not pushing your beliefs on someone else, Claire. How do you not know the difference? This is what I'm talking about. That's why I wanted to talk about, you know, that particular guy who started dressing like Persians. And Claire is like, no, I don't want to say that you should hide yourself, but you know, you automatically become a target if you're too different. She very confidently says that, but then she starts stammering, saying, I don't want you to hide who you are. And that's what the thing is. Charlotte wasn't hiding who she was. She was behind a private account, that's fine, but she was expressing herself. And immediately Claire went after her, when she has no involvement with Charlotte's cases. None at all. And that's what I'm trying to present here. So just because you're too different, you don't automatically become a target. And just because you're too different and you're expressing your difference doesn't mean you're pushing your beliefs on someone else. This is the same thing, right? It's like someone's if someone's a transgender person and they're expressing themselves in that way, that's not pushing their belief onto someone else sitting next to them. That's not what it is. If someone likes to dress differently, that doesn't mean, if someone likes to wear a hijab, that doesn't mean that if they're wearing a hijab sitting next to someone, they are pushing their belief about wearing a hijab onto that person sitting next to them. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, she's inauthentic and dishonest. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Difference can attract hostility. That's what happens when transgender people express themselves. People get hostile towards them, but it's them that's not them pushing their beliefs onto people who are being hostile to what they are expressing as. Difference can attract hostility, as I said, but it can also create leadership, expertise, innovation, artistic distinction, or moral reform. How? Have we seen women scientists, how they were first treated? They never got to even publish papers in their names, or even literature, but they still did. Were they pushing their beliefs onto people around them? That's what my thing is. Claire is full of bullshit. just sits there and, just says bullshit all the time. And wording matters. She says you make yourself a target by being too different. So she's relocating the responsibility from the aggressor to the person being targeted. You can recognize risk without blaming the target, you fucking nincompoop. And Claire talks like, as if social retaliation is a natural law rather than a choice made by other human beings. I know, Claire, this is too complex for you, and it went right over your head. I know. So yeah. When I become petty, I skin your content apart. And that's what I'm gonna do here. And that's what I'm doing here, actually. So, since we have been live for 1 hour 15 minutes, let's take a break. A 2-3 minutes break, and then we will come back to this. How about that? Right? And then we will go further. I know it's a long thing. I know I made you listen to that. Sorry, but I wanted to make my point, so it was important to listen to that. So let's take a break, and I'll be back. Right? Break time. before I forget. Yeah, really, please tell me if I'm making sense so I can improve. I don't want to just sit there and rant and just sound like I'm all over the place. I would really, really love some feedback. So we are going on further to 3252. I has returned, yes. And hopefully I am still audible. Am I audible or not? Please tell me I'm audible. Okay. So going on to the next timestamp, which is immediately after the previous one. So hopefully I made a point. I know I took you through a long, painful reading of a historical chapter, which was, not interpreted well by the author, and then we heard Claire trying to smoothen it over and then make some really, really stupid turns. So, moving on.
Because like this happens to me. I have friends in many, many different communities. Even if you don't think exactly
I doubt.
like them or have the same position on different things in politics or religion or anything like that, it doesn't mean you can't still get along on some levels all the way around, as long as you have mutual respect, you know, in your dealings with them. I tend not to believe, and it doesn't mean I have any less respect for people who do. Like, that's for them and that's fine for them, and they don't tell me that I need to believe, and I don't tell them that they shouldn't believe.
Exactly.
And that I use that as an example only because it's very personal to many people, and so it'll be very relatable to a lot of people that are listening, you know, or even in the chat, like that know that, you know, you just don't push your differences of opinion on people. Like, you can have healthy conversations about the differences.
It started from being different to pushing your differences onto other people. That's what she equated, and now that's what she's done now. She's equated someone being different to someone pushing their differences or their difference of opinion onto others. She's falsely equated that. We just saw that big mistake she made. I don't know if she did it on purpose, or she doesn't know what it means, or she's just plain stupid.
You can even have debates and things, as long as you keep it respectful and you're keeping it to the ideals. And
I don't know. I think so. This is her made-up accent. They're playing neurotypical advice bingo. I'll take your word for it.
The issues in not making it personal about the people. I think that's a good way to get along. You know, it's not really hiding who you are, but you know, it's just not. It's not just shoving the differences in people's face all the time and making them uncomfortable.
Okay.
If you make people uncomfortable, they're not going to want to be around you.
Yeah, I wonder why. So Claire over here says people can disagree as long as they maintain mutual respect, discuss the ideas and issues, and avoid making conflict personal. That's sensible. But if we compare Claire's language towards Charla and towards me, if we go there, if I bring this up here, right? She says it's one-sided, one-way bullshit. That's what she says. Hypocritical and just block me, right? If we look over here, she says, if you don't want response to statements I can see or are able to respond to, just block me, right? And then she went on to say, and yes, that and if that makes me an ass too, so be it. This one-sided, only one-way bullshit is hypocritical. And then she said to me under here that, you know, I wanted to make it something that it wasn't. Right? You are trying to warp it into my into my issues or your issues and someone else's agenda or bullshit concerns. We saw that at the start of the video. I can bring it up again. If we look at it here, bullshit. Sorry, I can't type apparently. Right? So here it is. Bullshit concerns. And then also accusations. False accusations. None of this explains any underlying disagreement that we have, or the fundamental disagreement that we have with each other. Apparently her standard is keep it about the issue and not the people, according to this script here that we are reading, and we have heard from her. But on the other side, when coming about it practically, her practical defense is the critic has an agenda, their concerns are bullshit, and the criticism is a distortion. The principle is very beautiful until Claire has to practice it. Moving further, at 3440,
at a very basic level, is just saying, if you have some antisocial behaviors,
this doesn't look
curb
like
'em.
Warhammer.
No one wants to deal with your antisocial behaviors.
What's there to laugh about it? I don't get it. Hold on, let's listen to this
At a
again.
very basic level, is just saying, if you have some antisocial behaviors, curb them. No one wants to deal with your antisocial behaviors.
Well, but then again, I kind of try to help people with their anti-social behaviors.
Number one, what do you mean by antisocial behavior? If I go and look for it, where do they talk about antisocial behaviors, right? How many times? So 5 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the same segment that I'm going to talk about here, right? And somewhere down the line, 1 hour mark. So if you go back and listen to this whole thing that they're talking about, or curb your antisocial behavior. What I personally think what they have done is here, they're confused antisocial conduct with social difficulty. I think so that's what. And obviously Claire had to brag about her, helping people with their antisocial behaviors. Why would you like to help people or deal people with their antisocial behaviors? Do you know what antisocial behavior means, Claire? What's the definition of antisocial behavior? Do you know? What are you talking about? Antisocial behavior is broadly defined as an action that disrupts social order, violates societal norms, and causes harassment, alarm, or distress to others. In a legal and community context, it refers to conduct by a person that negatively impacts individuals or public spaces, such as vandalism, theft, violence, and nuisance. So, in psychology, the term describes a pattern of behavior where an individual disregards the feelings, rights, and well-being of others. This is characterized by a lack of empathy, deceitfulness, impulsivity, and persistent disregard for social rules, often associated with antisocial personality disorder. They don't even, they start talking about antisocial stuff, but they don't even define what antisocial behaviors are. And they just randomly start talking about it. And then Claire over here is bragging, oh yeah, I kind of try to help people with their antisocial behaviors. What?
What?
I guess it depends on the degree, because a lot of people know me from being an advocate for adult autism. I know a lot of people.
And again, she moves on from antisocial conduct to autism. What? Huh? What are you trying to do here? Autism is not antisocial behavior, Claire. Like, both conditions can involve social difficulties. They are very fundamentally different in their nature, motivations, and underlying mechanisms. Yeah, does she have any training? She's claiming to be an advocate. She doesn't even know the difference between autism and antisocial behaviors. Confusing what is antisocial behavior with social difficulty and autism. And this channel has 100K subscribers. What in the fart flying fuck? Don't worry, Claire, I will keep on skinning through your content because I want to see what the fuck is your deal.
People in my life that have it, and sometimes that comes with a lot.
I don't believe you. And even if they have it, I don't think so you understand the difference between antisocial behaviors and autism and social difficulties. I don't think so you know the difference. You're just pretending to know the difference here. And it's very demonstrable here because you're putting antisocial behaviors in the same basket as autism. And in turn, you are stigmatizing autism. How dare you? Shame on you. Shame on you for doing that. For using autism as some sort of like content for your channel when you have done no research into it.
A lot of social things that other people will think are like really difficult, and I don't. And I actually
Again, same thing. Antisocial behavior is not the same as having social difficulties. If we listen to this again, right? Let's listen to this again.
Autism. I know a lot of people in my life.
That's here we know that she doesn't know what antisocial behavior is, what social difficulties are, and what autism is. Autism and antisocial behaviors are very different. They can they can give rise to social difficulties, both of them, but they're not the same.
Life that have it, and sometimes that comes with a lot of social things that other people will think are like.
Yeah, autism can come with social difficulty, but where does antisocial come in here? I don't get it. And that's why I know that she's talking out of her ass.
Like really difficult, and I don't.
I don't know if she's confused or she's just saying it just so that she can sound intellectual. Because they don't describe anything. They have not defined anything. Here's my source. Here you go. Here's my source. Signs and symptoms of autism spectrum disorder. This is what I have. Hold on. This is what I looked into. There you go. I do my research. You apparently don't, Claire. God damn, this is so stupid.
And I actually encourage people and bring them in. And I brought, as you know, like I brought many people onto even my YouTube channel who thought they could never like read out loud or
let's brag. Let's brag.
speak publicly or even, voice an opinion. I'm trying to be very supportive.
Oh, really? What did you do to Charlotte? As soon as she voiced an opinion, you just fucking jumped on her on Twitter. Right? And as soon as I put my stream up, you're like, oh, fair enough. I guess it's easier to talk about me than with me. Did you give Chesh and I a voice when Steve was, attacking us along with Aaron? No, you didn't, because it wasn't in your favor. You thought you were going. You're so full of shit. Fuck off.
About that stuff, even though they feel they don't have social graces or this, that, or the other thing. Like,
This, that, or the other
I
thing.
don't
mean-
I don't mean like I don't mean like people who I don't mean if I don't mean the people that might not realize that they're acting inappropriately at a time or something like that. I
mean
mean,
aggression?
when I say antisocial behavior, I mean like let's take an extreme. Someone who, for some reason, has a really weird habit of licking people's faces.
What the fuck? Yeah, Krakatoon from the live chat. It's almost like she's using her advocacy to partake into people with said spectrum to look more socially valid. Yeah, I get your point. What the fuck is that? Hold on.
Who, for some reason, has a really weird habit of licking people's faces.
Oh, no. Okay.
Okay, I want to know, this guy who's the co-host, what qualifications do you have to talk about this stuff? I would really love to know. Claire has no qualifications, we know that. Who are you? Yeah, it's a weird habit. I don't know why he's bringing it up.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Or aggression, or you know, or violence.
like
Yeah, I get it. Okay,
Someone who gets irrationally violent when you offer them a potato salad instead of an egg salad.
Oh, you mean someone who gets irrationally, you know, what do you say, defensive? When someone makes a standalone tweet? Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. God, these people, holy shit. Oh, hold on. Did this pop up or not? Yeah, it did. Okay, cool. So what?
Well, who
I
would
don't
do
know
Yeah,
that?
anyone like that,
this
but
is
I feel
ridicule.
like
This is ridicule. That's what this is. This is not advocacy.
someone out there. I feel like there has to have been a cookout where like someone got irrationally violent over a potato salad.
What does that have to do with one autism, someone having social difficulties, or antisocial behaviors, someone going violent over a potato salad? What are you talking about? It's not a quirk, it's a handicap. Exactly.
Listen, I know we're making fun, but I get where you're coming from. Like, you just
Oh,
like,
we are making fun. Oh, okay. But I get where you're coming from. Why are you making fun? I thought you were an advocate. Oh, okay. Not when you know, when you want entertainment at the cost of someone else, I guess.
yeah, when it gets that extreme. Yeah, some people just can't. Some people just can't get along.
Oh, that's fine, Victoria. You can lurk. You can go. You can come back. You can rewatch it. You can replay through. Or you don't have to watch it. That's fine.
Or just you know, I
And like, some people just can't get along. There are many reasons why someone can't get along. Yeah, social difficulties are there. Differences of opinion, differences of culture, differences of, you know, beliefs. What does antisocial and autism have to do with that? I don't get it. It can be one of the reasons that people can't get along. Huh? You're just obfuscating all of them. For what? You don't need the author, like whoever this Robert Greene is, to tell someone not to assault someone over a salad.
understand that. But you know, then there would be me, just like there was right now. I'll be the one going, well, you know, let's just give him a chance. Like, let's just try to.
So someone assaults someone over a potato salad, and you're like, oh yeah, let's just give them a chance? Or someone licks someone's face, and you're saying, oh, let's give them a chance? Excuse me? What? What is going on here?
Coach them into better behavior, you know.
But that's also something important, is that you even you have to be willing to approach someone who is acting antisocial, or be willing to be approached by someone that is willing to give you advice in that respect. Like
yeah, it's a risk. I mean, not everybody wants to listen. It's true, human nature. Who wants to hear about themselves? Really.
Yeah, very few.
You know, people who would like to introspect and improve. Just saying. I get it, it's not you, Claire. You don't like to listen people criticizing you. I get it. We saw that when I did that, how you reacted in the comment section. I get it. But not everyone is like you.
Few people actually do want to hear anything
And
about
it's not
anything negative about themselves.
and even if you want to be the big person and you want to be open, it's uncomfortable.
Mhm.
It just starts out that way. I mean, it can get better, but it just kind of starts out that way. But that was a good example.
Was it?
That was
Now,
What, licking someone's face? Or attacking someone over a potato salad? Huh? So going back to this, they don't understand what antisocial conduct is, and they don't understand what social difficulty is, and then Claire just brings in autism for some reason, I guess to brag that she supports people with autism and she's helped people with antisocial behaviors, which I don't get. I still don't get it. Jessica Johnson from the live chat, as someone with autism, this is annoying me. Yeah. Oh, someone's knocking again. Give me a sec. Are you sure? You can have it if you want.
Change the house.
Oh, you're moving?
Yes.
Oh.
Because I find all the bigger house.
Ooh, that's good. Yeah.
Congratulations. Near here.
Oh, okay.
Bigger and please borrow me this.
The box?
No, this.
You want that?
Yes.
Yeah, you can borrow it.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry, man. You're moving. You need stuff. That's all yours. Yeah. Just use it and return it when you.
Okay.
Yes. All right. You take care. If you need anything else, just let me know. Yeah. Yeah. Tabs on liquid, you asshole. Oh God. The vegan house, please. Bigger house. So they're moving. My neighbors are moving, so they're looking for stuff to clean stuff and everything. So yeah. Okay. So Claire, I don't think so. Claire doesn't clarify what autism is. She doesn't clarify what antisocial behavior is. She doesn't clarify what social difficulty is. Nothing, nor does her host. But they bring up these stupid examples. I will explain it again for you, Claire. Autism involves differences and challenges involving social communication and interaction, alongside restricted or repetitive behaviors or interests. It's not a synonym. It's not a synonym for aggression, violence, or disregard for other people's rights, or private space, or autonomy. And how do I know that? I just provided the link. There you go, CDC, Autism Spectrum Disorder, ASD. There you go. If anybody wants to, I'm reading from this. Jester from the live chat. Oh, Krakatoon hit me for choosing egg salad over potato salad. Victoria from the live chat, sensitivity stuff. Yeah, Claire's co-host does clarify extreme boundary violations, but still, he does not tell her that no, that's not what autism is, because I guess he doesn't know himself. because he just then retreats into absurd examples about licking faces and becoming violent over potato salad. This is what I don't like. Claire has not done any research, just sitting there and just yapping away. How can you do this? Seriously, just sit there and just like make these absurd claims about people, from a certain community and stigmatize them like that. You have a 100K channel, Claire. You have some responsibility. And if I look in the description, there's nothing here. No, just this 48 laws presentation slide. It's a slide. Okay, there's a PDF. But there's nothing about autism here. Nothing. Nothing about antisocial behavior. Nothing about autism. Nothing about social difficulties. Nothing. When it takes 2 seconds to just Google search and bring up the resources. That's what I did. And that's where my definition comes from. Like, just talk bullshit and avoid difficult questions, right? What about unusual eye contact? Blunt communication, interrupting, missing implied cues. I do that sometimes. I miss implied cues all the time. Sensory needs, like Victoria said. Needing accommodation. Disagreeing with a harmful group norm. We don't need some Robert Greene to come in and tell us that, as I said before, we shouldn't assault people for fucking salad. The extreme examples Claire, you and your host are using, it just eliminates every meaningful ethical complication that's out there. And shame on you for doing that. It's fucking pretentious philosophers. God dang it. I'm gonna reheat my coffee. I don't care if it's till midnight that it takes me to finish this thing. Going on to the next one. 3843 to 4130. So that's not that long. It's so easy to just skin it. Just fucking skin it. Advocate, that's also, Krakatoon from the live chat said, advocate, that's also with those who over-decorate their descriptions and profiles with DEI. Punch words, shouting being the most tolerant human ever. McWrecker, this is hilarious because I'm autistic. Are you? So why didn't you correct Claire? I don't get it. That's sad. Would you like to come and have a chat with us here about these topics? That would be great. Do you lick people's faces? McWrecker? Do you attack people over, if you're served a different salad? I hope not. Victoria, bingo, do I win 3 internets now? I so much despise pretentious performative personas, yeah. Why didn't you bring up the CDC definitions of what autism is? Why didn't you, McWrecker, correct Claire? When you both were talking about extreme behaviors and she was comparing antisocial behavior with autism. Why didn't you correct her if you're autistic? Maybe you are not that well versed in all these, terminologies and you have not researched your own, condition. I get maybe. Doesn't mean I'm wrong, does it? Autism is not antisocial behavior. I think so you will agree on that with me. Or don't? Are you claiming that autism is antisocial, antisocial behavior? And that, autism causes people to lick other people's faces or attack people for being served the wrong salad? Why did you go to such extreme behaviors? I would like to know what caused you to go for such extreme behaviors and not point out to Claire that she's confusing stuff. Just came in, said his thing, and just ran away. I'm not attacking McGregor. I'm just attacking like they just don't get what the fuck they're talking about. So yeah, nice try, McGregor. Bye. He can stay if he wants to, but no need to like. I will honestly ask him if he would like to tell me what I got wrong. Ring. Oh my god, I can't type. I'm so stupid. I can't type. I'm so stupid. Please tell me if I got anything wrong. Brave McGregor. Yeah, whatever. Let's carry on. Let's listen to the next thing that Claire does.
Excellent example, yeah.
And that's how not to do it. Like, you know.
Yes.
I was just going to think that there are so many examples in the news lately of this, you know, like
what?
What
the fuck was that?
I've never had a problem with there being like the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts, or like Girls Club in Boys Club. There are certain things that are just more comfortable with a few, like women that get together or men get together. So like, I don't want to be like that woman who demands to go to boys' night.
What question do you want answered first, Lo? I don't have any questions for you. I just want you to tell me if I got something wrong. I can keep asking questions. That we can have that conversation maybe some other day. I want you to tell me what I got wrong. Just let me know. And if I'm really wrong, I will correct it. I promise that. But yeah, I felt really weirded out that you said that, you know, autistic people, for some reason, I don't know why you were okay with Claire saying that. I don't know why you went to the extreme while representing your community. I don't get it. But yeah, I would like to start with what do you think I said wrong? Just simple as that. Because you came in and you said, well, I am, that you are autistic. As if, you know, I don't know. Tell me what I got wrong. Simple as that. And everyone, just let them stay here and answer that. I'm fine with it. I'm good. I'm fine with that, having that discussion. I would actually say that they're open to discussion, unlike Claire, who just runs away. All right, just listen to this.
Right out. Like, I don't want to be.
Let's listen to this again.
You know, I've never had a problem with there being like the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts, or like Girls Club in Boys Club. There are certain things that are just more comfortable with a few, like women that get together or men get together. So like, I don't want to be like that woman who demands to go to boys' night out. Like, I don't want to be, and I don't want you to be that guy who insists on attending my wine and book club, which is all females, you know, at the time, you know, touting some like, you know, thing. They're things that are mean, like when groups of people with a common thing are there, that you just, unless you fit in, you don't really want to rock the boat.
No, exactly.
Because it's just going to
again be different, but not too much.
Be uncomfortable. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Like
Again, difference doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be uncomfortable. But Claire was, right, McGregor? She was. So she got confused between antisocial people and autism? I don't get it. Why did she bring up autism? What was and why did you keep going back and forth? Like switching between antisocial behavior and autism as if it's the same thing. I don't get it. Why didn't you tell her, like, yeah, and I'm talking about antisocial behavior, you're talking about autism. Those are two very different things. Like, I'm just curious. Isn't that, like, like, autism is different than antisocial. I get it. You were bringing up antisocial example and you clarified it. But for some reason, you didn't stop Claire. That's what I would like to know. Please, go on. Please, put whatever you have in the live chat. Good. We're having a discussion. I like it.
And I know that sounds silly. I know. It's like 2026. Like,
yeah, it's silly. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Claire.
Gosh, Bear, how could you be like that? How could you actually say something so against equal rights and women's rights and the ability for people to go everywhere and freedom of this and freedom of that? And I'm like, yeah, well, that's just me, poppycock. Like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to be the only girl sitting in an all-boys club, okay?
So you're projecting. Okay. You're projecting your own preferences onto other people. What was that about not pushing your beliefs onto other people, Claire, that we were talking about like an hour ago or something? Stop projecting your shit onto others. Oh my God.
And then act like I'm one of them, because I'm not, okay? I'm not.
Okay, that's you. That's you, and that's your preference. That's fine. You can have a preference, Claire. But I don't get it why that should be a norm. Yeah, like they keep going back and forth, Dapper. Like antisocial, autism, social difficulties. It's like, and McGregor never corrects Claire. He never says that, by the way, I'm autistic, Claire, so antisocial and autistic are very different. Autistic people don't go aggressive, and don't get aggressive over a potato salad, or don't lick people's faces. That's antisocial behavior. That's what I'm confused about. Yeah, Jessica Johnson from the live chat. If you weren't talking about autistic people, then you need to be more clear. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then McGregor, they should have clarified with Claire. But Claire, she clearly doesn't know the difference. That's quite evident. Just saying. That's quite evident. Claire has no fucking clue what she's talking about.
Like, yeah, it's not that big a deal.
I don't necessarily think that's a bad...
If it's not a big deal, then why are you bringing it up? As if it's a deal. But... So you're saying that there's an overlap? Oh, okay. My guy. That's not what you were talking about. If I'm not wrong, you were talking about antisocial. That's fine. She was talking about autism, and you're not talking about social difficulties. No, you're talking about extreme violent behavior and behavior about violating someone's autonomy by licking someone's face. That's clearly antisocial behavior. I don't think so. Autism causes that. Jessica Johnson from the live chat, you're just justifying your ableist shit language. I don't get it, really. I don't believe that antisocial and autism are the same thing. Because autism is a neurodevelopmental condition, right? Antisocial behavior involves actions that violate the rights of others and societal norms. Autistic individuals, if I'm not wrong, they desire social connection but struggle with interpreting social cues, understanding nonverbal communication, or managing sensory overload. Sensory overload. Not licking someone's face. And autistic people have empathy, but they have difficulty expressing it in conventional ways. So autistic people face communication barriers and sensory overload. Yeah. I think maybe you think asocial and antisocial is same? I don't know. Asocial refers to a lack of interest in social interaction or a preference for solitude, which it is often seen in autism, where people actually withdraw because they're overwhelmed or they're facing difficulty, but not malice. Antisocial is against society, which involves harm, aggression, manipulation, and malice. I think so you're wrong here, my friend. I'm just saying, it's okay to be wrong. I think so you're wrong. And maybe that's why you didn't correct Claire, because you yourself don't know. So yeah, I'm just saying, it's okay to be wrong. Yeah, antisocial, you could say that they lack empathy, but autistic people, they have empathy, but they just can't communicate it, or they can't express it in conventional ways. I'm happy if you want to do your own research about this. All right, moving on. And this whole thing about, like, let's listen to this and finish this and move on. I don't know if he supports her no matter what. We'll see what he responds with. Let's see what he responds with. It's okay. It's okay.
It's. I mean, if you're gonna if you put, let's say, a very male-dominated thing, like, I don't know, let's say a men's club has a bunch of welding. You don't want to fuse that with the book club. I don't think either side is going to be very happy with.
Why not? Huh?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to be good trying to bring those two groups together. Like, for what? For what purpose? Like,
Yeah,
you know,
talking about
like,
talking.
Read books and practice welding. That's the purpose. Huh? I mean, welding and book club could set the books on fire. No, if they're isolated properly, they're not. And do we think that welders don't need to read books to learn welding? Come on. What? It depends on what kind of book club it is. If it's like a book club that studies metallurgy, right?
Talking about a chapter and all you hear in the background is
exactly. Yeah. And the clanging of metal, and, yeah, it's not going to go well.
I think those are your personal preferences that you're talking about. Yes, I am used to reading while there is noise in the background. I do that every day at work. Yeah, it's not fun, but it depends. That's your personal thing, though. It's not everybody's thing, right? I'm not going to say, like, come on. It's not everybody's things. Some people prefer noise when they're reading. Some people like to exercise while they're listening to audiobooks. Everyone's different. Everyone's not the same. Just saying. I work in a very noisy environment. We have an open office and other people are on their phones doing their thing, and I have learned to tune that out and read my documents. All my risk assessments that I do, the safe work procedures I create, safe operating procedures, permits that I issue, all of that. I get it. It can be, again, sensory overload. I get that. But that's your personal thing. That's not with everybody else. Everybody else can have different, preferences. So Claire here is talking about her personal preference, but I don't know why she's saying as if it's like something really important. I don't get it. Do you like to inhale welding fumes too? Man, obviously, if you can be isolated. Have you ever been in a general engineering workshop? You should go to a local general engineering workshop and see how it goes on there. There are offices right besides where welding is happening. It's isolated. The noise can still come through. But fumes don't, because there are extractor fans that have been installed there that take out the fumes. Have you ever been in a welding environment, my dear friend? So you didn't have extractor fans to suck out the fumes? That's wrong. You should have welding, extractor fans to do that. Especially with now the safety norms that are now there in New Zealand. You know why I know that? Because I have 12 years of experience in risk assessment and risk management and occupational health and safety. There you go. And if it's too noisy, you can wear earplugs. You can wear noise protection, right? You can do that. And nobody's telling you to sit right beside the welding bay, because that's harmful for your eyes. You can get arc flash. Nobody's saying to do that, McCracker. Come on. You're talking to someone who has an engineering degree and who deals with occupational health and safety. What are you doing? You didn't see where you got into, right? You don't need them if you're in an open environment. You asked the question. My dear guy, you asked the question, do you like inhaling the welding fumes too? Well, if you're sitting in an open environment, then do we have to worry about them? Don't try this shit with me, dude. You're not. No. Oh, you're so adorable. You brought it up and now you're dismissing it. Okay. Okay. Sir, I have a background in engineering. I'm master's in engineering, and I have 12 years experience in in occupational health and safety and risk management. Don't try this with me. This is so entertaining. Oh my God, this is going to. Where is Jesh? She has to come in. Oh, I'm sorry. This is like, oh my God. Oh God, this is so funny. He started, oh, do you like to, inhale welding fumes too? I'm like, yeah, you can use extractor fans for that. You don't need them if you're in an open environment, so why did you ask that question in the first place, as if that matters? Mate, you walked into that one. Just saying. Take it as a joke. You walked into that one. All right. So, we heard the whole Girl Scouts things and the Boy Scout thing, right? You're funny, man. And you know where I have this experience in? 12 years experience in New Zealand. I'm a New Zealand citizen, my dear. I'm a New Zealand citizen, McCracker. Wait, are you saying having welders close, someone relaxing with a book isn't optimal because that's not... Who said that someone has to read a book sitting near a welding bay or where welding is happening? The idea was to combine a book reading club with the welding club, right? Or welding with book reading club. You can have both exist in the same space if you take enough precautions. And I asked you, don't you know how a general engineering workshop works? There are small cubicles placed that isolate you from everything. And you can still use, like, what do you say, what's that thing called? Blankets. They're called blankets, plastic blankets or something like that. You live in Auckland. I had been living in Auckland. I worked for general engineering companies that did like this kind of work. I'm choosing an odd position. No, I'm just saying it can work. I'm just saying, why not combine a welding club with a book reading club? I don't get it. I don't get it. Simple as that. And he just walked into his whole thing. You live in Auckland. I used to live in Auckland. Then I moved to Christchurch. Then I moved to West Coast. Now I'm in Australia. Nice to meet you, McGregor. So yeah, so just come on, dude. don't. You're going too much into detail now. You're just trying to like say that. Why not? First you started with the noise, then you started with the fumes, and when I came up with all the things, you were like, oh, it doesn't matter. And you can have precautions. And it's not about combining welding and book club in one thing. That's not the thing. It's about welding club and book club. Simple as that. That's what it is. Why can't you have two things together? Okay. So Claire, she just constructed like a wine and book club and a men's welding club, right? That's what we had here. And the obvious incompatibility is between welding machinery and a quiet book discussion, but not between men and women. You can say, yeah, there's an incompatibility there, right? But that can be taken care of. But I don't know why we went into men and women or women and men. Again, Claire goes for men and women, and for some reason McGregor goes with a book club and welding, as if welding is not for women. There's men's welding clubs. I don't know. And then Claire starts imagining that some equality advocate insisting that every woman must attend every men's night and dismisses that invented person. Like, I don't know. She just creates this straw man. My main point is, McGregor, that I was trying to make is that affinity groups can have valid purposes involving privacy, peer support, and shared experiences. That's what my main point is. Don't make men equal welding, women equal wine, and then congratulate yourself for defeating feminism. Does that make sense? I think so. That would make much more sense, McGregor. Because we can go into the semantics of like whether you can have a book club in the same space as welding, as a welding club or as a welding thing. Did you understand what I was talking about in the video? I'm not more focused on what you were talking about, but I was surprised that you said that book club and welding can't be together. Just saying. Because if we go back, like, yeah, this one.
Let's say a men's club has a bunch of welding. Let's say a very male-dominated thing, like, I don't know. Let's say a men's club has a bunch of welding. You don't want to fuse that with the book club. I don't think either side is going to be very happy with.
Right. Yeah, it's not going to be good trying to bring those two groups together.
You specifically mentioned men for some reason. You didn't say just welding. You just said men. And then you referred like you don't want to bring book into men's spaces, book club, as if book reading is not for men. I don't get it. Maybe you can. Is it practical to have them together? But that's not what you started with. You said, very male-dominated thing, like, I don't know, let's say a men's club has a bunch of welding. That same club can have a book club too, if it has a welding club. You don't want to fuse that with the book club. Why can't a men's club have a welding club and a book club? I don't get it. I don't understand. Yeah, it's a very strange discussion. I think so we should move on. So Claire is like, I don't know why she did this. She constructed like, I don't know, she went on a rant with like constructing Women's and Wine's book club and Men's Welding Club happened, and then she says that she starts imagining an equality advocate insisting that every woman must attend every men's some nightclub or something, and dismisses that invented person. Just a pure straw man. That's what that was. I don't know what point you were trying to make, that like that welding and book reading doesn't go together, but that's not what Claire is saying. So I kind of think like you both kept talking past each other at this point. That's what I think. So what Claire was talking about was some activities that are like women equal wine, and then men equal welding, and then saying that they shouldn't have this, they shouldn't like be involved. Whereas you're talking about the practicality of it. I guess that is fair, but she's not talking about that. She's just creating a straw man. And then pretends that she's defeating feminism or some equality, like gender equality advocate. That's what my point is, main point. I know we just went on a whole tangent about practicality and shit. Moving on. I don't think the club thing is this deep. Bring him in audio. It may be easier to discuss. Yeah, it might be actually. You're right, Krakatoon, but I'm more focused on Claire's shit tonight. So maybe some other day. We can have this conversation, and maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong and I misunderstood your point. I want to focus more on Claire's thing, if that's okay. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I got your thing wrong. That's possible. I'm open to that. That's fine. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm focusing more on Claire's thing here. She just created a straw man and then dismissed it, as if it was some sort of like win. Jessica Johnson, it's a worthless discussion, honestly. Yeah, I know I went on a tangent. Yeah. So going on next, 4130. Let's listen to this. Okay. All right, Victoria, I see you. You're very lost. Okay, let's get back on track. All right, sorry guys, my bad.
Time, place, where needed. Sometimes you have to be the shining star to get your just desserts, okay?
Absolutely.
But other times there is something to be said by giving other people their flowers too. Like, take the back seat, fit in for a while, let that all go. You don't always have to be, the best and the brightest, you don't always have to walk into the room and take it over. Sometimes you benefit from walking into the room and learning, being quiet, listening. I mean, we heard that in that chapter, that you gain the information. You can
master.
Right, never outshine the master, because people will resent it and it will come back to you.
Okay. What if the master is wrong? That's my question. Moving on.
That doesn't mean don't shine. I mean, I'm one of those people, well, I won't take it. You could throw it at my feet all you want, but I will not be responsible for how you feel, how you think I make you feel by me just being me. Like, I don't go out of my way to hurt anybody. But if you ask me something, I'm going to answer you direct. I'm very direct.
Did you call out Erin directly when she was harassing Charla? Just asking.
Fine. Sometimes, I admit, painfully so. But I'm very direct, and with that comes the security that you always know where I'm coming from.
Exactly.
I'm uncomfortable masking to protect people's feelings. Like, I'll be nice about it and all, but I come from it from looking at it as a form of respect, that I always want to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I expect the same thing. And I know that can be difficult for a lot of people. People in general, it's human nature not to be confrontational, not to address things head on right away. It's human nature to want to get along. It's survival,
I have no
and
idea
it
Claire is
works.
autistic.
It does. It's very successful. But when
Exactly.
you're trying to accomplish something, like your goal, you can only do that for so long.
So over here, Claire says that she will not be responsible for how somebody thinks she makes them feel just by being herself, right? This is another thing that she was talking about before, right? She uses this, the broad whole brush of like making everything vague. If I might go backwards and say, where she's like, where is it? Yeah, like situational adaptation that she was talking about, right? Yeah, but Mick Wrecker, it's not like you have to follow the rule, right? Yeah, Green can say that's a rule, but you don't have to follow it. So going back to my notes, where is it? Yeah, so Claire is saying she's not going to be responsible for how somebody thinks she makes them feel, but just by being herself. She describes herself as someone sometimes painfully direct, but says this directness provides honesty and respect. I think this is one of the most important clips this night. She's like, I will not be responsible for how you feel, how you think I make you feel by just being me. Right? So, right? So, but when it comes to Claire's directness, she says that it's the listener's responsibility how they feel. And when another person's general statement hurts Claire, the speaker is responsible for Claire's interpretation. Like here in the chat, right? When Charla made that tweet, it was Charla's responsibility how Claire felt. But when Claire talks, it's not her responsibility how anyone else feels. McRecker, you are absolutely right. You don't have to follow it, but it is useful when working under someone to reduce friction. Yeah, I see where you're coming from, McRecker. My thing is that it comes into ethics and stuff also, right? But yeah, I get it. Reduce friction. I get that. I'm talking about Claire's conduct in the past and on other platforms, specifically, right? And what she claims that, how she behaves generally. She claims she behaves a certain way, but in practicality, she doesn't. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate here today. So it's nothing against you or your interpretation of Green. So, yeah. So when Claire produces the impact, intent controls. When Claire experiences the impact controls. And this is a non-consistent theory of communication. And a personal exemption that Claire has for herself. Yeah, no speaker is responsible for every emotion another person experiences, but people remain responsible for foreseeable effects of their wording, particularly after learning Claire wants the protection of good intentions for herself and the protection of hurt feelings for herself. She won't give that same protection to Charla of good intentions. If Claire is speaking, I'm not responsible for how you feel, but if someone is speaking to Claire, I found it hurtful to me. Claire's responses. So there's an inconsistency there, and a double standard, if I might dare say.
I'm uncomfortable masking to protect people's feelings.
So what I'm gonna do is, we have been live for another hour 15 minutes. Let's take a break, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. How about that? Yeah, it's about Charla. Yeah. I'll leave this here for people to read. Claire went after Charla on Twitter. Yeah. Some reason Claire thought whatever thing that Charla was saying, thanking other people for speaking up for her, it's about her. When Claire has no business in all this. Her ROs and TROs and her harassment. I don't know why she's feeling so guilty and responding like so poorly and so defensively to Charla's tweet. I don't know why she did that. When she was never a witness for Charla, she never spoke up for Charla publicly, she never wrote a statement for Charla, nothing. But for some reason, she had to insert herself here and make it about herself. I don't know. But let's take a break. I'll be right back. And yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a long one, isn't it? We are getting there. We're getting there. I'm getting at timestamp 4420. So yeah, we're getting there. All right. And we are back. $44.20. Sorry, I went on a rant earlier about welding and stuff. Totally my fault. Shouldn't have. Dapper, behave yourself. God. Okay, 44.20. Let's go.
Things too, so I think it's going to be situational for me on this, as I do.
I was just going to say, I think this law is more talking about, like, in a way, it's talking about getting it's conforming is useful to get your foot in the door. Like, like, for instance, you don't want to be acting crazy at a conference about writing, because if you're acting too weird and people don't like it, you're going to get kicked out and you're going to lose that opportunity.
Right, you're not going to be able to network and gather phone numbers and connections and stuff. People are just going to be like, tossing you aside. Yeah.
However, if you follow the etiquette within the room, you are going to build a lot more connections, to which then you can be a little bit more eccentric and show that, you are maybe a much different thinker when you write. You have this unique perspective on how reality might be, that might intrigue other writers or might intrigue publishers. Then that's when it is more appropriate to be a little more stand out a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it's about not, I guess in a way it's about, this chapter's about not creating unnecessary friction in everyday life.
Right, that might hold you back. Right.
Yeah. Because, like, there's a joke about friction in there. I'll do my best not to touch. Sometimes people like a little bit of friction, but
Wrong show.
I know. It was there. I couldn't help it. But no, creating unnecessary friction when you have a goal in mind is always going to work against you. And it's unfortunate that you can't be as flamboyant as you might normally be in certain other situations, in other situations. But it's
I get it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's about not creating that friction to start with.
Right. Like,
Okay, thanks, Dapper. Discontent. Okay, so Claire and McGregor, they agree that the law is avoiding unnecessary friction. Yeah, ordinary tact is useful. That's fine. But if we look at Claire's exchange with Charla had said that quite is enabling them. This is here it is. If we have a look at here. She says, it did make things worse, a lot worse when I defended myself. I had to go for 2 years and allow them to say most horrific things about me and others without defending myself to get through court. Ignoring and letting them be irrelevant is valid. The line is enabling them. And Claire just kept going. As we see here, she says, fair point, however, and then she goes on said, she also said, maybe you should have said who it was about, right? Where is it? Where did it go? Where did that go? Maybe you should have said. Where is it? What the fuck did... Sometimes you're a bunch of relevant to making wrong. It doesn't. I don't believe my decision to ignore nor the reason to believe others and them bear all responsibility. Fair point, however, enabling don't blame people for quietly slipping away. I'm not even trying to diminish it. I stand by what maybe you should have said. There it is. I stand by what I said. Maybe you should have said who it was about. I am not debating the way and still do. So she went for fair point. You should have said who it was about. And then she goes on over here. You know, if you don't want responses to statements I can see and are able to respond to, just block me, right? I have no regrets for telling others they are free to handle things their own way. And then I found it hurtful. Yes, I found it hurtful. It's one-sided, only one way. Bullshit is hypocritical, right? She turned one initial ambiguity into an extended grievance. That's what she did. Friction. It's very selective, isn't it? She's very good at like having friction with me also in the comments section under Chesh's live stream over here. The way she spoke to me. And also, she wants to avoid friction with Aaron. The point I'm making is, with Aaron and Steve, the point I'm making is it's very selective. And we kind of understand why it's selective. So it's not consistent. Her own rules are not consistent. Yeah. The assholes. Yeah, Nine Jester, you're right. The inciting statement, quote unquote, was a thank you for those who spoke up. And for some reason, Claire thought it was about her and she jumped in and started like screeching at Charlotte. Just saying. She not only failed to avoid friction, she manufactured more friction. And then she continued to do that with me also under Chesh's live stream in the comment section over here. The language she was using. Moving on, 4810. Let's see. So,
Yeah, no, I get it. I get exactly what you're trying to mean there, but it's very complex, this law, for me. And I'll go into that in a little bit after I read the observance here on how to do it properly, to use this law. Because, like, I actually do have something to say about this law, because I think those that know me know that on the surface, this law hits me as being very disingenuous, which I fight against constantly. Like, I'd rather people lay their cards out on the table than pretend to be something they're not, and you find out later. I think it sets you up for failure in the long run. Well,
Absolutely.
But weren't you okay with being with manipulating people earlier? Huh? Claire.
we'll go. I think, but you can see how it just presents itself as that way, as false, as fake, as disingenuous, as, like,
100%.
But I do agree that human nature, we all do it to a small degree every day. You have to. You talk to people differently. Like, you could talk to 20 people in a day, and you're going to talk to them slightly different, every single one, based on the
Absolutely.
situation and what you're talking about. And we're like, there's going to be differences. Okay, it doesn't mean that you're being untrue to yourself or anything like that. It's human nature. It's about.
Sorry, I was muted. I meant she meant something else previously. She can't seem to decide. Yeah, adapting to social circumstances isn't the same as autistic masking. No, it's not.
It is what we do naturally, is to try to assimilate with the person we're with or near, like to find common ground instantly, whether that be in mannerisms or the conversation, or whatever. It's a comfort. It's something we just gravitate towards. Well, all right, let's go to this.
Claire says she would rather people lay their cards on the table than pretend to be something they're not. Okay. So should we apply the standard to her public statement, where she said, and I quote, if we go back. Hello, Chish, I can admit 100% to be wrong about EKC, just saying. Hindsight is much better vision, to be honest. Because I guess laying your card on the table requires displaying the cards. You can't just announce that the card exists and then refuse. How are you wrong about EKC? Please tell us. Because you were modding for Erin while she was escalating her harassment of Charla. So I would love to know. And for the record, anyone who asked, I had an issue with the harassment issue too. I disagree with anyone with a platform tagging a subscriber or non-platform person for any disagreement. I held that from the start, well before I had. So, how long did it take you to approach Charlotte to find her side of the show story? Because you were moderating for Erin forever during that time. I guess you start talking whichever the wind blows, right? People, they have to learn, and it's damn hard work. Yeah, and that's what the thing is, that she's confusing everything and just obfuscating everything. She doesn't know what autism is. She doesn't know what antisocial behavior is. And she thinks that whatever she says is what happens or should happen. Let me just get rid of these. All right. Let's go on to the next one. Yeah, that's the correct one. Okay. So the next one is 4939. Yeah. And also, like, her thing about pretend to be something they are not. Did you lay your cards on the table when Steve accused me of fraud? Did you lay your cards on the table when when you convinced Chesh to let Steve select a biased mediator? Did you lay your cards on the table when did that stream with Aaron? Truth comes out. Did you? You didn't talk to any of us, Chesh nor I. You just stayed silent.
Observance of the law. So, during the late 16th century, a violent reaction against Protestant Reformation erupted in Italy. The Counter Reformation, as it was called, included its own version of the Inquisition to root out all deviations from the Catholic Church.
Okay, I'm gonna skip the reading, and then I want to go and see what their point is about this. Because, yeah, it's a lot. We are not going to read through the historical, yeah.
This time, they also
let's see.
Oh boy.
This example is actually a really good example as to how to enact the most effective change in any sort of system, and the way that and the most effective way to effect change in any kind of system. It's not necessarily
So they just read, these like settled fact, right? And green is representing or is presenting a particular work here as a disguised atheist work whose Catholic arguments were intentionally weak. So they don't do any research, they just read it and they just start talking about it. That's what my point is here. And they just treat it as a fact. So if we go further and listen to, from here, 57 to 102, this is a 4-minute clip. Just listen to this.
This example is actually a really good example as to how to enact the most effective change in any sort of system, and the way that the most effective way to effect.
So Nine Jester, I think so, they are reading the text and then they're giving their opinion about what the author is saying. And at this point, McGregor here is giving his opinion, if I'm... Yeah.
Change in any kind of system. It's not necessarily aggressively attacking the system, but in fact working with the system to move it into a better place. And a lot of people, there's so many people that miss this idea and think that the only or the best way to change something is to actively antagonize it, even if it is a well-established system. In fact, the easiest way to sort of look at something like this is Campanella, in a way, changed a river. He moved a river.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually a really good example. Try and stop a river.
Right.
Go find a river anywhere, jump in the river, and just try and stop it with your hands.
Not gonna work.
It's not going to
Yeah.
work. You're not going to be able to do it. And in fact, any part that you do stop, just because of how ineffective you are, the bits of water that you do stop, they just move through you. They move
That's right.
around. They
And
they
then
they
continue
end up,
their way.
yep, and then they continue their way. But if you actually work with the river in a sense, and you move it bit by bit, you start digging a bank. You dig the bank more and more and more. And it's slower, but you are effectively starting to change the river. And once
Right.
you've dug enough of that bank and moved enough, the river will change.
But the whole time you're in the river, you're part of the river. So what you're saying is sometimes it's better to be on the inside of something, affecting small changes to gradually change the whole, instead of
Yes.
fighting against it from the outside.
Yes.
Like say like during conversations and just dropping just a slightly different idea about something and
Mhm.
working at something slowly from the inside,
Mhm.
being true to your ideas but not like throwing them in people's faces. Like
Yeah.
sometimes just by your example you can exhibit change in people's behavior and thinking on things
Oh,
by
really?
setting an example.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You know, not throwing it in their face and saying you got to do this or you got to be like this, or we do that with if you're a parent, you do that with your children by setting an example. What they see is what they do.
Like, be different but not too much. What was that?
And yet you don't have to constantly say you got to do this, you got to do that. Sometimes the subtleness of actually what you represent for them and how you're conducting yourself sets the example for good behavior and what to do in certain situations. Yeah.
Mhm. It's
You declare that the most effective, not the host, sorry, not McCracker, but the claim being here made is that an example of the most effective method of changing virtually any system is from working first of all, Campanella's survival does not prove that he successfully reformed the Inquisition. That's the topic they're talking about. And second, institutions are not rivers. Rivers do not have leaders protecting their status, allies covering for each other. I think that analogy was not apt. This does, however, present a very useful question for Claire. I have a question for Claire, however. From what we know, Claire spent a significant Aaron's moderators. So what changes did Claire, make from inside in Aaron's community? What misinformation did she correct? When I was getting accused of fraud, when and when Aaron was talking about Charla and making claims about Charla, that she's been hired by Katie Joy. Which of these misinformation? What harassment did you publicly challenge? What boundaries did you enforce? Who did you protect? As I said, McCracker, just because Campanella survived doesn't mean he successfully reformed the Inquisition. That's what I'm saying. You don't do the research. You just, whatever is presented in that slide, you just reference that clarifies that or that verifies that claim. That's what my thing is, that you don't do your research. Whereas I do that. The simple fact that I said that just because someone survived doesn't mean that they were successful in reforming is a better point than just taking anything that's been presented on the slide as fact. I don't even know where you, like, if I have a look at it, Law's presentation slide, it's from an online source. Did you? Let me have a look. Oh, I don't have permission to see this design. Fuck. Oh my god. Can't see. I'm linking this if I can't see it. Request access. So I have to request access to the design before I can get it. Okay. What's the point? And then this PDF that wasn't download. Okay, let's see. Download anyways. Okay. Just a book. Okay. Well, there are the references, I guess. Yeah, but you don't bring these up at all. Do you? No, I don't think so. Let me have a look. It's in the here, but I don't know if you read it. That's an old ass source. But I don't know how did you verify that it's a correct source? Okay, whatever. Moving on. So, yeah, and again, like you give rivers don't have leaders, they don't have allies, they don't have informal loyalties or moderators. And as I said, my question for Claire is that what did she change from inside in Aaron's community? Who did she protect? What misinformation did she correct? She corrected none. When I got accused of fraud by Steve, when Aaron initially was harassing Charla, and still to date, she has not said anything. She just said it like a couple of hours ago when confronted. She didn't set any boundaries. I get it that as a moderator, it's not, Claire's responsibility for every sentence that is spoken by Aaron as the channel owner. But being present in a chat, it's a position of trust and involvement. If Claire's defense was somehow that she wanted to stay close so she could influence Aaron privately, what did she achieve? Stay. While she's telling others to like don't, if you're around people that you don't want to be around with, then it's wrong. But she stays around people that it's just a flattering story. I'm just saying. A private disagreement without an observative action is just it's ineffective. I'm not declaring that Claire is responsible for Erin. Is it? So I'm just saying that Claire is not, I'm not saying that Claire is responsible for Erin, but I'm asking whether Claire's, this agreement of like insider reform has any evidence behind it, especially in and her community. Next one. 102 to 106. Okay. All right, let's see.
This pretty easily, but the normal human reaction to an opposing force or an opposing idea is to primarily oppose it and go against it, because it's already something, because if it's an opposing idea, you've already got your grasp on reality around this concept. And you don't want to have to deal with the fact that the idea that you might have is completely wrong, because then you have to put in work to change that. But say for instance, someone is coming up with a better idea, and they slowly introduce that, and they slowly show how much better, let's say, building a house. Let's say for 1,000 years people have built houses from the roof down, and this is something that has become tradition. But if for instance you start showing people that you can build a house faster by building it from the base up, you don't necessarily have.
Sorry, Nine Jester, I hear past record, then I hear reactions like there is a live record. I'm so lost. Really? Hold on, let me double check. Sorry. Sorry, give me a... Desktop audio properties. Oh, okay, let's see if that works.
Have to tell people to do it.
Is that better?
But just by your actions and just by...
Let me see if I can... Oh, desktop audio properties. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Responsibility for every sentence of an observation. Is it? Responsible for Erin. But I'm asking whether Claire's community.
It's already something, because if it's an opposing idea, you've already...
I think so. It's okay, Nine Jester. Is it? Responsible for Erin. Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry.
Just by moving, just by your actions and just by even just explaining to people why you build from the ground up without forcing people to do it, you'll probably find that people will start to go, well, maybe he's got a point. But,
totally get that. That's going to, by not forcing it on them, letting people discover it themselves. That works. That definitely works better. And nobody
Yes.
likes anything like crammed down their throat. That's for sure. Like nobody,
No.
you know, we're going to push against it, especially if we have, you know, ideas of our own about something. You know, new information is one thing, but having somebody like come at you and tell you you're totally wrong, your human nature, the first thing you're going to do is try to prove that like what they're saying is wrong. And then now you're not opening to listening. Now you're like completely turned off. You know, the best thing to do is to not actually make that friction in the first place, so that you're still exchanging ideas and the information could be absorbed. Because once you get to a place where you're going,
What does she
Nope.
say here? Okay, here.
and then now you're not opening to listening. Now you're like completely turned off. You know, the best thing to do is to not actually make that friction in the first place, so that you're still exchanging ideas and the information could be absorbed. Because once you get to a place where you're going, nope. You know, once you're there, once you said that in your head, and now you're listening to what they say, just to the point of countering it, just for looking for things to push against, you know. And it's just not going to be productive, you know.
So at 105 point, Claire says that people who feel corrected stop listening and begin searching for material they is that, you know, one should avoid friction and allow a cool off period. She just delivered a very remarkable, accurate description of her own Twitter exchange with Charla. By saying that defending myself did make things worse. She says, it did make things worse, a lot worse. And then Claire goes on and says, and then Charlotte clarifies again, I'm not criticizing people. Here it is. I'm not talking about people who decide to go away quietly or who quietly disengage. Continues to defend people who quietly disengage. I stand by what I said. Maybe you should have said it who it was about. And then Charlotte again says, nothing to do with you. That it had nothing to do with you. And then Claire is like, oh, then you should have worded it better. And then says that, oh no. And then Charla then explains again. Assuming, making an ass out of you and me. You know what they say about assuming. So again and again, Charla is trying to clarify, and Claire is like creating more friction again and again and again. That, you know, people who feel corrected stop listening and begin searching for material they can counter. So she's doing exactly what she's warning her audience about. She stops absorbing Charla's clarification and listens for something to counter. The irony of this. I'm not aware of breaking any YouTube law. All right, the next one. Here. 40, all right.
For a long time I have not said what I believed, nor do I ever believe what I say. And if indeed sometimes I do happen to tell the truth, I hide it among so many lies that it is hard to find.
I'm not interested in this one. Let's play the next one. Hold on. This is too trivial. 108 to 43. Nope. Let's see. $13 to $39. Let's have a look at this. Antisocial. God. 113.39. Let's have a look. 113.39. I'm trying to speed it up so that we don't all fall asleep.
And then it fails when authenticity is more valuable than blending in, such as in creative spaces, trust-based relationships, or moral standpoints. And that's true.
And that's here, because like when it comes to your
What did you
And
say?
then it fails when authenticity is more valuable than blending in, such as in creative spaces, trust-based relationships, or moral standpoints. And that's true.
And that's here, because like when it comes to your intimate personal relationships, your relationships with your family, honesty is the best policy all of the time. Like,
Exactly.
I don't know about you, Wrecker, but when it comes to a partner, I don't need to be yes to death. Like, don't
No.
tell me you want to watch the silly reality show and sit there and be quiet and not enjoy it and just like, just play along and then go out with your buddies and make fun of it the whole time and talk about how stupid I am for liking the show. Like,
What the hell?
it's just not right. Like,
Yeah.
if you don't want to watch the show,
Claire's got issues.
don't watch the show. Like, pacifying. I mean, I do agree that sometimes, even though it's not your favorite thing to do, that sometimes we do things with our partners and the people in our lives to be with them. And even though it's not our favorite thing to do, but if
Yeah, she's projecting.
you really hate it, that you have to go and talk about it later about how much you hated it and how, like, whatever, and speak disparagingly about it, then just don't do it. Like, just don't do it. Like, because that's disingenuine,
Or if
But
Win, Claire. My God.
you're forced to do it, just let the person who's forcing you know that you're going to rag on them the entire time.
Yeah, say I'm going to sit here and I'm going to watch it with you because you're making it like I don't really have a choice, because you're like, you just basically threaten to not cook for the rest of the week if I don't watch the damn show. But damn, am I going to hear something to say when I go out with the guys later? Like,
Yep.
That's different. At least you be honest about it, But
Exactly.
don't sit there like with smile. Like, don't, like, what's the saying? Maybe some of you'll understand that. Like, don't yes dear me. Like, oh my God, that saying just makes me revolt. Like, that brings out the rebel in
On
Mhm.
What the fuck?
not even the rebel, the downright warrior. Like, it brings out the warrior, Yeah.
Mhm.
Not good. Not good. All right. It also fails when authenticity is more value. Oh wait, is that the same? It's the same one. I copied it twice. It can become
Mistake.
dangerous, right? When conformity requires silence, dishonesty, or participation in something unethical.
So, this thing about when conformity requires something is unethical. Your participation with Erin and your silence when she was harassing Charla, your silence and participation when with Steve and Erin, especially with Steve when he chose a biased mediator. Not a biased mediator? What the fuck was that? When Steve accused me of fraud, your silence and your participation and dishonesty in something unethical? How many times have you repeated the same thing? Your participation and your participation in something unethical. It's just not once against Charla with Erin. No, it was when Steve accused me of fraud. when you convinced Chesh to let Steve choose a mediator who was biased in favor of Steve, and when Steve was going around claiming that you were silent and you were participating in something unethical. Something and then privately ridicule your partner for liking it. And because you are participating in an activity because someone you love, because it matters to someone you love, is not inherently fake, right? You can honestly say, it's not my favorite. Claire is, in this situation, she's treating authenticity and accommodation as opposites, and then spends rest of the time defending accommodation. The actual problem is not compromise, it's contempt and deception. I remember a week where my ex refused to cook all week, so I cooked the food that week. We always have internet drama. All right. Oh, wrong. So yeah, so she talks about, it can become dangerous, right? Conformity requires silence, dishonesty, and participation in something unethical, when she has done that again and again and again herself. Because Claire over here is saying, if I might say, that silence becomes dangerous when it facilitates unethical conduct, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. I agree. Yeah, people can remain silent due to many reasons, because they're frightened, economically dependent, vulnerable, trying to preserve evidence. Nobody owes us a societal public confrontation, sorry. But if we listen further, just listen to this further.
Yes, it absolutely can. Now, there is a situation where it's kind of important to keep your lips shut, and that is if your life depends on it. If you witness something horrendous, and if you speak up, it will end horrendously for you. It's best to keep your lips shut and just speak up when you are safe to.
What's funny about that? I don't know why Claire is laughing.
Yeah, that's a good point of like how using this law is also situational all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's situational. Like dependent, vulnerable, or trying to preserve evidence, nobody owes us, a public confrontation. But she claims that she speaks up, that she's very straight. She will tell you the truth. She doesn't care about your feelings or anyone's feelings, how they feel about it. So, did you confront Steve when he accused me of chargeback fraud? When, blackmailing him? Your silence, Claire, does not make you responsible for Steve's accusation. But it weakens your claim when you say that you speak up when a friend is, even a friend is targeted by another person. You can't have it both ways, Claire. Silence, yeah, I get it. Silence does not equal endorsement. But then you also claim at the same time, my YouTube history proves I never remain silent when a friend behaves wrongly. Which one is it? Which one? Cheshire's? Probably, yeah. when she also proposed the mediator, right? Or when she convinced Chesh to let Steve choose the mediator. She worked to the advantage of Steve. Beautiful breakfast time. Nice headwear. Yeah, thanks. And Claire also participated. That wasn't a quiet withdrawal. Claire is like, oh, I oppose people with platforms attacking smaller or non-platformed individuals over disagreement. But she went live with Claire attacking Chesh. You know, which way the wind blows, I guess. Yeah. All right, the next one. Let's see. Let's see, which, I've got so many notes, oh my god. Yeah, let's have a look at this one. 122. 122. Let's have a look at this one. I love skinning people's fucking shit. Okay. There we go.
I mean, exactly. Like, you know, and then sometimes two of your principles can like rub up next to each other at the same time. And it could be very conflicting. Like, you'd have to make the choice. Like, say you are very good friends with someone and you both get a job in the same company. Okay.
Very specific.
And I'll just put this scenario to see what you would do. And your friend, okay, calls out of work sick, but you know they're actually going to a concert and they had to drive 3 hours, and that's why they called out sick. And so the next day, everybody's at work after this happens, and you get called into the office, and the boss says, one of your coworkers reported that so-and-so was actually at a concert instead of sick yesterday. Do you know anything about that? Do you tell your boss, oh yeah, like my friend said they were going to a concert? Or do you just say, no, I don't know anything about it? Now, you know, lying is probably not a good thing to do. But you also know that, you know, throwing your friend under the bus isn't really a good thing to do either. So what do you do?
This tells me
I just say it's not my place to speak on this kind of thing. That's an issue that you should take up with them.
McGregor knows better.
Great answer, because that's what I was going to say. My answer
Were
would
you?
be, I think you should ask them. I'm sure they know where they were. I'm sure they know where they were. Like, I wouldn't say yes
But that's
or no.
not
I'm
what
not
you
going to get
did.
caught in a lie. I'm not going to protect somebody that did something wrong. Like, I think I would have just scheduled PTO. Like, I wouldn't say yes or no. I'm not going to get caught in a lie. I'm not going to protect somebody that did something wrong. Like, I think I
You're
would have
not
just
going to
scheduled
protect
PT.
somebody who did something wrong. Oh, really? So you didn't protect Steve with your silence? You didn't protect Aaron with your silence? I get it. Or Charla. Gotcha.
TO or just told them straight out, I'm not coming in. I got the chance to go to tickets. Do what you want. Like you know, whatever. Well, it happens all the time. It's the balances we have to make. You know, people, you could ask 20 people that question and they're all going to come up with a different way to answer that scenario, what they would do. It's a terrible position to be in. You know, boss shouldn't even have been asking anybody else except for the person involved, actually, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Claire is suggesting that when an employee may have falsely called in sick to attend a concert, the employer should only ask that employee and should not question anyone else. That is a very poor investigation practice. And this tells me Claire has a fucking single job properly. A fair investigation can involve documents, records, interviews with relevant witnesses, followed by an opportunity for the affected person to respond. There's a Fair Work Ombudsman that describes collecting part of workplace investigations. Claire just created a false choice: lie to protect your friend or throw your friend under the bus. Like McGregor said, a truthful answer can remain limited, and that's when she's like, oh yeah, that's what I was going to say actually. A truthful answer can be, they told me they intended to attend the concert. I do not know their medical condition or leave entitlement. That's how a professional would say. Every other relevant source is not a careful fairness. That's called willful blindness, Claire. And I think so you suffer from that.
I think you have the last one.
Yep. A useful discussion question is whether blending in is wisdom, manipulation, or simply social intelligence. That's something we could talk about. You know,
I thought
is
you
it
already
smart
talked
to just?
about
I
it.
think it is smart to blend in. I think it is the only way you're going to absorb and learn about the group and learn about things, and people are going to trust you and be open with you about things. Is it a form of manipulation? Yes, but it's not. It doesn't have to be manipulation to harm. It with intent to harm.
Yeah. It's about like who. It's about who is what you're doing harming someone else. If it's not, then there's really not that much to worry about. But if it is harming someone else, then you might want to rethink what you're doing.
Right, because you know it's destructive manipulation. But when it comes to simply social intelligence, don't we all know that one person, like in our group, or while we were growing up, that just seemed to get along with everybody,
Yes.
and yet nobody really knew a lot about them?
Yes.
They were just so easy to be around, so easygoing. Everybody loved them, but nobody knew really anything about them. Like, you didn't know their favorite color, their birthday, nothing. Like, that person who was just more concentrated on just getting along with the whole group of everybody and giving every individual like a little bit of what they needed, but it was always something from them, nothing from the other party, nothing from them themselves personally. So nobody ever got to know anything about them.
Exactly.
That's social intelligence to the max. That's using this actual law to the max. You know, and there's some people that just do it naturally.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm always jealous of those people.
Yep.
They are impressive.
You're right.
Hold on, what the heck just happened there? Hold on 1 second. I have to refresh it and bring it back up. It sometimes it does that. It just disappears the picture on me, and I think it's because of how many slides I have now. I'm in the 300s, so I think there's like
It's not many.
memory. No, that's not many at all, right? Like, hold on a second. Oh shoot! There we go. Yeah, perfect.
Guys, she
Yeah,
lost it.
sorta.
It's okay. Everybody's
All
a
right. So
professional.
can you read that now?
So, Claire praises the person who knows everything about everyone and reveals almost nothing about themselves and gives each person. That can be social intelligence, but it can also be strategic impression management, fear, fawning, emotional unavailability, manipulation. Claire, opacity is not automatically sophistication. Is public accountability. Claire is always offering enough information to project responsibility while withholding enough detail to prevent examination. And that's the kind of admired and appreciated. Other people disclose everything to her. She controls what is known. And that's what she has done with her convenient, say, I stay silent. Attacking Chesh and me and Charlotte. Staying with Aaron while she was attacking Chesh, me, and Charlotte. So yeah. So the next one. Let's see. Here it is. This is the one that I want to talk about. Yeah, here we go. 130. $130.37. Let's go.
Sometimes it's better to say nothing, and that's, I know, a strange thing to hear coming from me, who will talk about anything and just but like to talk.
Really?
Well, I have to admit, sometimes it is actually better to not say anything.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit different on our modern examples here. We're not going to have people. We're not going to talk about people at all, because for this law, it's really not about a person doing it better or not. And it's not really about a modern example. It's more about the situational, at least when I'm looking at it, because like I'm trying to soften the edges of what Robert Greene is actually saying here.
Now we know she's just trying to minimize what Robert Greene is saying. So I wasn't.
What he's actually saying in the book is wear the mask. Don't look different. Don't let them know, like deceive them. Like he may not intended it on purpose, but the whole chapter comes off like instruction on how to deceive. But
Exactly.
and it's a little distasteful for me, because I'm not all for that at all.
People should choose their battles and make some people irrelevant and sometimes say nothing. Isn't that what you said? Here, let's see. There we go. Here.
it against you in some way. It's not to your benefit. Sometimes you got to pick those battles wisely.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's better to say nothing, and that's, I know, a strange thing to hear coming from me, who will talk about anything and just but like to talk.
And then she says it here too, right? When she starts attacking Charlotte, she's like, irrelevant trolls can make things worse. Right? I don't believe my decision to ignore irrelevant haters is a reason they do it, nor the reason they do it to others. It's them, and they bear all the responsibility, in my humble opinion. Why do you think Charla is talking about you? Personally. So Claire says people should choose their battles. Some make some people irrelevant and sometimes say nothing. This is relevant to Claire's eventual departure from Aaron's community. From what I know, throughout the period in which she remained Aaron's mod, she quietly moved away. Later, when we don't know, I don't know if still they talk or not. I don't know what happens in the background. We don't know if they're still talking in the background, right? I don't claim to know Claire's motive for leaving. But what's happened chronologically, it's not mind reading, is it? Maybe emotionally manageable decision for her. Okay, I get it. And Claire says that people should not be condemned for merely walking away quietly. Okay, fine. But then Claire came to history by refusing to remain silent when friends harass people. Like, she says, oh, I am very direct with people. I confront even my friends and blah, 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 blah. Like, you claim that your history, your YouTube history is refusing to remain silent when friends harass people. But you remained silent when Aaron was harassing Chesh, me. You can't just have like, I quietly withdrew because I could not handle the conflict and I publicly confronted my friend despite the cost of the second while invoking the protections of the first. Doesn't make sense. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Simple as that. And then she's like, oh, deception is distasteful. She says that on deception distasteful because she prefers to speak from what she believes to be true. That's a good stated value. But authenticity is not measured by how forcefully someone says something like, this is who I am. Measured whether the same principles remain visible when they create personal cost. As I said, are you able to apply your standards and morals on your friends? Claire did not, clearly. Not on Steve, not on Aaron. Her moral language is direct, but her moral application is just situational or whichever the wind blows, whatever suits her. So stop pretending someone you are not. That's what I'm trying to say, Claire. Claire also jumps to a lot of like hidden motives, especially around celebrities and stuff. But that's a different thing. Oh yeah, 139.53. This is one. This, guys, we're getting there. This is, what's the timestamp here? 139.53. Okay, 139.53. Let's go. Let's see, 139.53. Oh. Go. There we go. Beautiful.
Where is the line between strategic adaptability and selling out?
Oh. Strategic adaptability doesn't have anything to do with my boundaries or my integrity or my fortitude. If you're coming near any of those, it's too high a cost. Like, I ain't doing it.
I agree.
Okay.
It ultimately comes down to
Oh, really, Claire?
are you compromising your principles to accomplish whatever you are aiming for?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I don't. I guess it gets tricky. Like,
okay,
a
now
little
we are
bit
making
if,
excuses.
when you're
Immediately.
talking about my goals or my endeavors. Like, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I'm not gonna compromise that line. Like, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be selling out those things that I believe in, even if even if it would be to advance my goal. Like, I'm not comfortable with that. Some people will be if they think that it's justifiable with what they would gain from it, and I'm not going to judge them for that. I think it's a personal, those lines are personal, like, to the
Exactly.
individual. Like, they're definitely something that you can't say, well, it's always this or it's always that. Does that make any sense?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
So let's listen to this again, yeah? There we go. Just let's listen to this again.
Where is the line between strategic adaptability and selling out?
Oh. Strategic adaptability doesn't have anything to do with my boundaries or my integrity or my fortitude. If you're coming near any of those, it's too high a cost. Like, I ain't doing it.
I agree.
Okay.
It ultimately comes down to are you compromising your principles to accomplish whatever you are aiming for?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I don't. I guess it gets tricky, like, a little bit if when you're talking about my goals or my endeavors. Like, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I'm not gonna compromise that line. Like, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be selling out those things that I believe in, even if even if it would be to advance my goal. Like, I'm not comfortable with that. Some people will be if they think that it's justifiable with what they would gain from it, and I'm not going to judge them for that. I think it's a personal, those lines are personal, like, to the individual. Like, they're definitely something that you can't say, well, it's always this or it's always that. Does that make any sense?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
All right, so Claire says that strategic adaptability cannot touch her boundaries, integrity, or fortitude, and that she will not compromise those lines to advance her goals. And this is with me, Chesh, Steve, Erin. Friendships can influence judgment, no doubt. But friendship does not excuse, selective principle. It really their principles, their morals, their standards are very selective, and they suspend them, for their friends. That what I call was the paradox of loyalty and friendships. When you suspend your standards, your morals, in my experience, Claire, she manipulated Chesh to accept a mediator that was connected to Steve and was biased towards Steve. Chargeback fraud, and was going around telling people that Chesh was blackmailing him. She participated with Erin in criticism of Chesh after the split with Steve. during Erin's harassment of Charla and till, her contempt stuff. And Claire has only admitted being wrong about Erin today, like 8 hours ago, maybe. The question is not whether Claire privately doubted Steve or Erin or anyone else. The question is whether her boundaries and integrity remained as immovable as she claims while those friendships were still active. A principle that just disappears around friends is not a principle, it's branding. Principle is, even if it's a friend, I will say something. What did Claire say publicly to Steve and Erin about their conduct towards Chesh and I? 0. Nothing. It's still charging. I don't know. It's still charging. Hello? Hello? It's charging. It's charged. I don't know why you think... Or am I peeking? Let me have a look. Let me test it. Give me a sec. Yeah, it did cut out. It did cut out. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Maybe it was overcharged, maybe. I don't know. What I was saying was that if you suspend your principles... Yeah, it did cut out. If you suspend your principles around your friends, it's just branding. What good your boundaries and integrity are if you move them around your friends, or if you suspend them around your friends. Claire claims her principle is, even if it's a friend, I will say something. But does she really do that? No. She never said anything publicly. Never. Going on to the next part.
Okay. Do people trust someone more when they are consistent or when they can read the room?
I'd say probably consistent. People tend to like consistency.
I say both. I like a person who can read the room. That shows me a sense of intelligence in adulthood that I admire.
They sort of go. Yeah,
they kind of go hand in hand. Like, I want both. I want you to be consistent in your statement and not be waffling, back and forth or anything. But if you can read the room and not make it a big issue when you disagree, if it's not necessary, then I like that too. That's comfortable. That's easy to be around.
True.
And many of my friends would say that. Like, I have friends that are very religious, and I'm not, and that's okay. And we don't make it a big deal. It never comes up. It's
why? What does religion have to do with situational awareness?
Settled with their religion and settled with the fact that I'm not. You know what I mean? It's just not a big deal.
Exactly. Number 3 is...
So, Claire says she wants both consistency and the ability to read the room. Right? Yeah, this is Claire Bear. And her exchange with Charla demonstrated neither. She was not consistent because she used impact to judge Charla and intent to defend herself. She did not read the room because she continued arguing with Charla repeatedly, even after, Charla repeatedly clarified that Claire's own conduct was not being criticized. So Claire wants the reputation of consistency and the flexibility of situational exceptions. And that combination is useful for her because every contradiction can be defended as context. Right? Hi April, how you doing? We have been going for 4 hours now. Welcome. It's so fun ripping our shit apart. All right, 1:43:07. Let me see, how much is left? Around 30 minutes more. Okay, cool.
Public authenticity ever is public authenticity ever fully real, or is it always partly performed?
Public, like celebrity, politician, mainstream media.
What?
Yeah, I'd assume that's what they're talking about.
Then I would say if we're talking 2026, I don't think it's ever fully real. I don't think if you're in anything of the public, in other words, you have a face to the public, you are in newscasting media, you're a YouTuber, even just as simple as being a YouTuber, you're a teacher, you are, you do public speaking of any type, politician, doctor, dentist, nurse, accountant, lawyer, big public, dealing with the public in general. There is a bit of you that also always has to be performative in a way. Your personal beliefs are not coming into anything, So that word authenticity, it's like sticking at me, it's troublesome because there is a sense of performative that has to be done just to get along, to keep the authority, to keep them listening to something that they need to hear, to be able to give people information. And there is a bit of performative nature and relatable nature that you have to do in order to accomplish that.
Yes, I agree.
So I'd say it's always partly performative, Nate. Always. A lawyer needs to act lawyerly. A doctor needs to act doctorly. Yes?
Doctorly.
Does that make sense, people? I don't know. Meet me in the comments. Meet Record in the comments on that one. I want to know what you guys think about that one for sure.
Yeah, she's talking about people with jobs.
Is it me or you? I can't remember.
It's you.
In politics, is blending in a survival skill or a manipulation tactic?
Because the question was public authenticity, is public authenticity performative? And she just went for all the jobs that are people facing. Okay, yeah, right. Professionalism, Claire, is not automatically inauthenticity. All right? A doctor speaking calmly during an emergency is not fake. A lawyer presenting an organized argument is not fake. Claire just collapsed the performance of a professional role into partial inauthenticity. Yeah, she's raised an important question about how much public behavior is curated. So what we can do is we could apply this Claire's public, this question to Claire's public declaration about Aaron, right? So if we go here and we have a look, she says, "Hello, Chesh. I can admit 100% to be wrong about EKC. Just saying, hindsight is much better version, to be honest." Before anyone knows what it means, someone has come in and congratulated her. So she's been given the social reward for accountability before she's provided the substance of accountability. And then someone's asked her, can you explain why? So these are not attacks. These are minimum questions required to understand her statement. And then Claire answers, in the beginning, I thought she was all about dispelling misinformation. I guess that is it in a nutshell. The headline is, I was 100% wrong. And then she goes with the explanation, I guess I misjudged her general interest in dispelling misinformation. What specific claims did you accept about Charla? What misinformation was Erin repeating or excusing? What warning signs did you dismiss, Claire? Or Erin dismiss? What previous criticism of Erin did you reject? And what finally changed your position? What evidence or what argument finally changed your position about Erin? Whom did she treat unfairly because she trusted Erin? Just Charla? No one else? So, and what do you believe the accurate information is now? Nothing. Nada. Zero. Again, she just makes a broad confession enough or admission enough to earn applause and vague enough to avoid any meaningful examination. Being vaguely specific. No, that's not what really answering the question is. No. That's not what public authenticity is. She doesn't understand. She's an idiot. She's pretending she understands. So all Claire has is accountability as visual branding. Have a public confession, give minimum detail, receive immediate praise, give no inventory of conduct, no correction of underlying record, nothing. So Claire was herself asking whether public figures are authentic or merely perceived as authentic. That's her ownership now. Is this substantive accountability? Or is it just like you're just doing a socially recognizable performance of accountability? All posturing, all performative, nothing authentic. That's you, Claire. And you project it onto other people who have real jobs. Shame on you. And then Claire also says, like, over here, and for the record, anyone who asked knows I had an issue with the harassment issue too. Who asked you? How are they supposed to know that they're supposed to ask you to actually know? Why couldn't you say it publicly, out in the open, like you said, oh yeah, I call out my friends, you know? And then you say, I support Charla in this matter. She just shifted the conversation from here what I did wrong to here's why I'm still morally right about the important part. Maybe Claire privately object to Erin's conduct. That's possible. But saying publicly that I support Charla does not give an answer to what Claire did while moderating Erin's channel, what she challenged, what she allowed, whether she used her role to protect Erin from criticism, why she remained, why she left, why her public clarity came so late after so many years. 3 years since this whole shit started. Support is just not an identity label, it's a conduct over a period of time. And your conduct over a period of time, Claire, indicates entirely something else than what you're claiming. She also says, I disagree with anyone with a platform attacking a subscriber or non-platform person for any disagreement. So I asked Charla, like, so what you did on Twitter this weekend was not a person was not a person with platform. Sorry. So I asked her, so your conduct this weekend was not a person with platform attacking a non-platform person for any disagreement? And Claire replied with, where is it? Here. No, it was me telling another person not to feel shame for not speaking out. That's a description of a preferred purpose. That's not the complete description of what she did. She also incorrectly told Charla that defending herself had not made things worse. Continued after Charla corrected her. Continued after Charla excluded quiet disengagers from the criticism. Said the exchange was one-sided, only one-way bullshit, called Charla's position hypocritical, told Charla to block her, centered her own hurt feelings, made it about herself. Just because she was reassuring someone else does not erase, Claire, what you said to Charla in the process. Just because you have a benevolent motive does not magically sanitize every method used to pursue it. I know that's too complex for you. It went right over your head. I know that sentence. It's too complex for you. And then she is like, I did not intend to attack anyone. Yeah, intent matters. But it does not unilaterally define the conduct. Conduct matters. Intent takes a backseat when impact happens and actions have impact. A person doesn't wake up and say, does not need to wake up and say, today I intend to attack somebody. Or before their words can become aggressive, accusatory, or unfair. Claire expects Charla's impact on Claire to matter despite Charla saying the post was not directed at her. For some reason. But Claire expects her own intention to override the impact of her words, her own words. Again, other person's intent is insufficient. Claire's intent is dispositive. Other person's impact on Claire is important. Claire's impact on others is their responsibility. That's a 4-part double standard. And she said, I said what the post, quote unquote, read like, and not just to me. The post doesn't interpret itself, does it, Claire? You interpreted it. The good accountable sentence would have been, I interpreted the post as applying to people who quietly disengaged. Instead, she says the post read like. So she's turning her personal inference of the post into an objective characteristics of the text. And then she adds, not just to me. So she's appealing to an anonymous audience. Who else? What exactly did they believe? Did they continue holding the interpretation after Charla clarified her meaning? Several people can misunderstand an ambiguous sentence that proves ambiguity. It does not entitle them to continue arguing against a position the author has expressly disavowed. I know this is always too complex for you, Claire. I know it's gonna go right on your head, over your head. And then she's like, the account was locked, so responding to them I thought was okay. If they were public, I could see your point. Privacy settings are not ethics, Claire. A private account or a protected account, yeah, the number of audience might be less. That's that's relevant to scale, but it doesn't matter. It does not determine whether you calling someone's like position bullshit or hypocritical was proportionate or not. And you're a big platform. She's a protected small account. It's not like it says like whatever. Okay, moving forward. And then she also said like for the record, when the poster said it would cause them harm, I deleted everything but the original post to the other person. Yeah, that's a reasonable mitigating step. Good on you. Want a trophy? Did you stop the material from circulating further? I got screenshots. Was your interpretation correct? Did you answer that question? Was calling Charlotte's position bullshit and hypocritical appropriate or after clarification? Did you publicly correct the impression created by the original replies? No? Oh, okay. Just because you have a private, conversation, don't use it as a shield against public evaluation or criticism. Especially when you made the comments publicly. I get it. Charla considers the personal issue settled. Fine. I'm not doing this on Charla's behalf. I'm using this to test moral claims that Claire makes about herself all the time. She is failing. I did call Claire a coward, and it gave her an easy escape route. I get it. I didn't need to diagnose her character. I could have made a stronger criticism, and I could have said Claire made an accusatory statement in a public platform and then deleted them after harm was raised. She resolved the matter privately, but she offered no visible public correction or interpretation of what she had promoted. That's the conduct. That's what I should have focused on. I did not make Claire's entire personality the argument. I shouldn't have done that. So yeah. And then she also says this, a coward would not be here addressing, where is that thing? Control F. Oops, I can't type. So she says here, right? If you see this. Can I make it larger? No. Hold on, let me just bring it up here. There we go. Let's see. That's fine. Where did it go? Let me just bring it up. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. So in the last one here, right? Okay, let's see if this works. So she says here, right? She says a coward, where is it? A coward would not be here addressing the issue while being blatantly ridiculed for someone else's agenda. She says that, right? Can we see it or not? Come on. Yeah, that's the one. The last one here. She says here that, right? So, continuing to reply proves that Claire is willing to continue replying, right? But it does not approve accountability. Just because you're saying that, oh, I'm continuing to reply here, means that I'm taking accountability. No, it just means that you're replying. That's it. That's all it is. Explanation is not an admission, and defense is not a correction. Presence in a comment section is not accountability. It's just attendance. That's what it is. Right? And then she goes on to say, if I'm not wrong, she says here, right? It won't change the facts, how I feel about myself. While she surrounds the facts with phrases like, in my opinion, if I go with, in my, god damn it, stop. Sorry. Where is it? Let's go back. So yeah, so she surrounds the word facts with opinion, feeling, irrelevant, false, right? So those are evaluations. That's what she does. The observable facts are the actual words, the sequence, the clarification, and the deletion. Whether that sequence constitutes an attack is a question of definition and degree. Claire cannot convert her preferred interpretation into the facts simply by announcing that facts exist. These lot do that a lot. They say, oh yeah, this exists, but they never show anything for it. Okay, what else? What else? There we go, yeah. Yeah, these two are the ones that I want to talk about, and I think so then we will just stop for today. If I need to do another one, I'll do another one. But I think so these are the two main ones that I want to talk about next. 152:38. Let's see. Should we take a break? Yeah, I think so we should take a break. Let's take a break. Break time. And then we'll come back. I need a break. We'll be finished in another 30 minutes. I'm quite sure of that. Be right back. Break time. Hello, I'm back. I promise it won't take more time. Yes, Petite, it's intense. With me, when I get petty and I start scanning the content, it's intense. Yeah. Yeah, just 30 minutes more and then we'll be done. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, it's decaf, guys. Don't worry. Okay, all right, all right, all right. So 152.38. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Hi, Victoria. Welcome back. 152.38. Okay, here we go. Boop.
Can you respect someone who hides their true beliefs to avoid conflict?
Depends on the reason.
Yes, it depends on the reason.
Because some people just can't handle conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And they choose to walk away quietly and just avoid the whole thing. And I'm not going to challenge them on it. But somebody who's hiding their true beliefs, not to be confrontational, to try to gain something without giving the other person the full information,
Oh, really?
I might have an issue with.
You mean here, right? In the comment section here, like you did. Right? Hello, Trish. I can admit 100% to be wrong about EKC just saying hindsight is much better vision, blah, 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 blah. And then Chesh asked for clarification, wrong about her how. I'm not sure what you mean. Again, she comes back in a vague thing. In the beginning, I thought she was all about dispelling misinformation. I guess that is it in a nutshell. That's it. That is it in a nutshell. That's it. Do I need to say anything more clear? Can I be as vague as you? Hey, nice. Currently taking furniture apart. Yeah, you can listen to my ramblings while you're doing your stuff around your house. So yeah.
Exactly.
It's a intent to harm issue for me. It depends on the intention, the reason. Yeah.
Okay. So Claire's like, oh, some people cannot handle conflict and choose to walk away quietly, and she will not challenge them for that. And this is what exactly Sharla said. Right? Sharla said, if I go back, she said, there it is. Ignoring them and letting them be irrelevant is valid. The line is enabling them. Then she goes, I'm not talking, sorry, where is it? I'm not talking about, yeah. I'm not talking about people who decide to quietly go away. So, according to Claire, her own position in this stream or video or whatever, right? Quietly walking away is legitimate. And Sharla's position was also that. She clarified that walking away is legitimate. There was no substantive agreement there. But Aaron continued to argue against an argument Sharla explicitly said that she was not making. That's not a difference of principle. That's a failure to update after clarification. And it's also relevant to Claire's own departure from Aaron's community. Claire is entitled to say, I could not handle the conflict, so I quietly left. But then the honest description is she quietly left. Not that my YouTube history proves that even when a friend harasses someone, I always speak up. Like, right? Yeah, no one can die on every hill. But so for somehow Claire can, I guess. Right? Sneeze incoming. Sorry. Ugh. It's like she's so like double standard. Then 156.28. This is the one I wanted to talk about finally. There we go. After 4.5 hours, let's go. The hills you choose may be relevant. I like that. All right, 156.28. There we go. Let's have a look. Here we go.
Mhm.
If they get into harming, a child over it, whatever they feel their good intention is, you know what I mean? That would be crossing a boundary. I might hate to say something. Then.
Exactly.
But I don't feel the need to conflict them, to get into a confrontation with them all the time about it. It's not productive, and there's no need to hurt people over it. You know?
Oh, sorry. Wrong timestamp. Sorry, 156.28. My bad. Sorry. Here we go. Sorry, my bad. Here we go.
What number are we up to?
7.
7.
Thank
that's it.
you, Petite.
When
Thank
does
you,
fitting
April.
in become a red flag instead of
Listening.
social skills?
When you're ignoring things you don't believe in, when you're seeing wrong things being done and not saying anything,
Hmm.
when
Hold on.
when being part of the group.
Hold on.
What?
What? Sorry.
7.
What?
7. That's it.
What?
When does fitting in become a red flag instead of social skills?
When you're ignoring things you don't believe in, when you're seeing wrong things being done and not saying anything,
Oh, really?
when being part of the group and not saying anything about it, like being part of the group is more important than righting a wrong or
Oh,
protecting
really?
someone from being hurt.
Hold
Like
on,
those
hold
kind
on.
of red flags.
Hold on.
Here on the
I want to listen to this again. Let's listen
when
to
you're
this.
ignoring things you don't believe in, when you're seeing wrong things being done and not saying anything,
Hmm.
when being part of the group and not saying anything about it, like being part of the group is more important than righting a wrong or protecting someone from being hurt. Like those kind of red flags. Here on the
Nom.
well, my history on YouTube is a great one for this, because like I'll get
Let's brag and lie at the same time. Whoa.
ostracized. I'm a loner. I live on an island because like I just can't abide some of the things that happen. And I can't keep quiet about it. Like if people are getting
really?
harassed or bullied, like I don't think that's right. And even if it's a friend who does it, I say something. Okay. But at the same time, I don't believe in like pointing names. Live on an island because like I just can't abide some of the things that happen.
Oh, okay.
And I can't keep quiet about it. Like
Oh, really?
if people are getting harassed or bullied, like I don't think that's right. And even if it's a friend who does it, I say something. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, I don't believe in like pointing names and this and that and the other thing. I don't believe in shaming or, that kind of thing. It's a fine balance.
Okay. Do you know how to achieve that balance?
The social skill part of it is how to get the message out there without actually causing harm to even the person you're trying to get to do the right thing. Like it's not easy.
Exactly.
So you're more concerned about causing harm to the person instead of calling them out. Oh, okay. So Claire is here saying is that fitting in becomes a red flag when a person sees wrongdoing and remains silent, because group membership matters more than righting the wrong or protecting someone from harm. Right? She then says that when people are harassed or bullied, she speaks up even when it is a friend doing it. Really? Hold on. Where is it? This one here. people are getting harassed or bullied, like, I don't think that's right, even if it's a friend who does it. This is a central claim. Not I try to speak up, not I have sometimes spoken up, not I eventually reconsidered some friendships. No. She is saying this is her established history. Even if it's a friend who does it, I say something. Where was this principle when Steve accused me of chargeback fraud? Where was this principle when Steve was going around telling people that Chesh was blackmailing him? What was this claim when Steve was going around saying that Sharla tried to swat him? Where was this claim when Aaron said that I committed chargeback fraud? And when Aaron was harassing Sharla? Where was this principle then, Claire? Again, Claire is not responsible for Steve's accusation. But Claire's later self-description is that she speaks up when friends target other people. I never saw any public objection from Claire when Steve accused me of chargeback fraud. I never saw any public objection from Claire when Steve accused that Chesh was going around, when Steve was going around telling people that Chesh was blackmailing him. Maybe she objected privately. Maybe she can say that. But she cannot cite her public YouTube history as proof of fearless intervention. Fuck no. Even if these interventions, even if they exist only as undisclosed private possibilities. Her moral microphone has a friendship activated mute button. Where was this principle when Chesh and Steve split? And when you convinced Chesh to allow Steve to select a mediator, and he knew that mediator was biased towards Steve. So yeah, how did Claire, the woman who says she cannot tolerate unfairness, even amongst friends, conclude that Steve's friend was an appropriate, neutral, mediator or intermediary? Did Chesh knowingly agree? Or did you assure her, give your own assurances to her? No, everything is fine. He's a good guy. He's gonna make sure that he stands up for you. And then after the split, Claire participated with Aaron in a stream criticizing Chesh. That's not silence. That's an affirmative choice of platform and side. Where was this principle when Claire moderated Aaron's channel? Claire says that when a friend harasses someone, she says something. Claire was not merely a random viewer of Aaron's. She was her moderator. So now Claire's own claims are testable. What did she say? What did she moderate? What did she challenge? What did she remove? What conduct did she refuse to facilitate? When did she recognize the pattern? When did she leave? Why did her clear public repudiation comes now? Now, this year, 3 years later, and even 4 years later after what Steve did to Chesh and me. I cannot prove from chronology alone why she left. But what I can say is this: moral clarity that arrives only after, a friendship or an alliance has become publicly indefensible. It's not impressive at all. And it's less impressive than, when you exercise moral clarity when the friendships are still there, which are offering you social benefits. Claire says that she confronts her friends at personal cost. The pattern that we have seen, the conduct that we have seen, is much more selective, if I might say it mildly. Silence while the relationship is active, quiet departure once the position becomes difficult. Broad public accountability later, very little specificity about the conduct she previously accepted. That's not courageous intervention. That's just reputation management and repositioning. Claire's self-portrait is, oh, even if it's a friend, I say something. Really? Her exchange with Charla is a case study. Like, she argues against her own position in that whole thread by going again and again and again after Charla, who doesn't have a platform, who wasn't talking about her, who clarified again and again. She still kept going and made it about her, herself, Claire. So I'll end it here. You're full of shit, Claire. And you let me use your content to prove it. Prove it. So yeah, stop pretending that you are this, big virtue. Oh, I confront my friends. Blah 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 blah. Fuck it. You're full of shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna stop here. I guess it's fair. It's almost 5 hours now. But I think I made my point in the end, didn't I? Started a little, it was a weak start. I got a little distracted in the middle. But yeah, we got there in the end. And Claire, I'm gonna now give special attention to your content from now on. I'm going to rip it apart. Just like I did with Aaron's, just like I did with Steve's. So get ready, honey. I'm coming to town. Khaleesi is coming to Westeros. Dracarys. All right, everyone. Thank you for coming. And thank you for being patient with me today. I am so tired and sleepy. It's work day tomorrow. No pressure. Bye.